The lower blast. Great way to start the stream. But it just is a Mountain Dew Zero lower blast. Please don't call it that. Meow. Yes, Remy. Got something on your side. Don't know what that was. You. No. Ah. Ow. Ooh, double dare. Can you find the orange flag hidden up the nose full of slime? Or maybe in the big fake burger? Now, we await the robots. This Mark does some sick cat lifts. Ow. Did she get boogie? Yeah, she struggled. Yeah, you have to be smooth and steady about the cat lift so she stays off her balance. Yeah, bounce that much and she wiggles significantly less until you're looking at the bottom of the stroke. It's true. Search your fuzzlings, you know it to be true. Yeah, we flew this. Small, fluffy, and somewhat pointy. The robot appears.
Huzzah! Fast robot.
Indeed.
So, good evening, Internet. One moment. This is a little too much right in my face. Good evening, Internet. It is 8:10, 8:09?
8:10.
8:10 p.m. on Thursday, October 3rd, 2024. Welcome to Thursday Throne. I'm your host, Mark Amsry, DJ Amstrack. That's Daniel. This very demanding cat is Remy. And tonight we're going to be continuing Pyre. Last time we sent our first team member back home. We chose oh, I can see his face. What's his name?
The guy.
The guy.
The ordinary, get the one whose class was a nomad.
Yeah. Sent him back.
Yep. Conflagre la Revolution. At least that's Tree Man's plan.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Tree Man wants to wants to topple the Commonwealth and end exile for all.
Wants to go fix Commonwealth society because, yeah, the rights kind of are complicit. Yeah, it's quite complicit with the whole crazy exile system.
Mm-hmm.
They're reading the book, it would seem the scribes devised the rights because something about the freaking ether flow or whatever the heck takes an exile back to the Commonwealth. It's implied that it can only carry one person. at a time.
Mm.
And it happens cyclically and infrequently. Said Redster devises a shenanigan to pick who got to go.
What the heck has focus right now? There we go. Excuse me. So, let's get back to Magical Sports Ball. Hedwin. That was his name.
Look at that bit of fan art of the basketball.
Huh. Yep.
That's funny.
Also looking at this achievement that I definitely got by accident.
What's it?
During a riot, fling the orb at an adversary, then banish them within 2 seconds.
What's it called?
Starstruck.
You hit them with the orb. Silly.
Hey, Mom. Would you grab me a drink, please?
Sure, after I give Teddy some celery leaves. There you go, baby.
Oh, whoops. It would help if I changed the scene. There. Also raise the volume because the game is so quiet.
Something on the door, I think, was in a position to stop this from completely sealing. This stuff isn't quite as cold.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I noticed it's occasionally been weirdly easy to open.
Yeah.
Which, in my experience, isn't something blocking it from closing all the way. It's more the door is overloaded and it's kind of sagged on the hinges a little bit. It needs to be shoved back. In fact, I could probably tighten them or something so that happens less.
Oh, hey, it's always nice to see you guys, honest. And I'm not just saying that because you're customers. Definitely not saying it just because of that. But anyways, go have a look around. What's this? Burning Promise.
Burns 5 to 3 times. So that's very similar to the other thing that gets you money. That can get you $10. The other one can get you 15.
Mm-hmm.
Have some poop. Poop run. Oh yeah, when you're picking your guys, does it let you change your talisman?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Because you might want to do that sometimes.
Yeah. Hmm. That might be good to have. In fact, both the money-making ones might be good to have.
Especially if you use them carefully.
Mm-hmm.
Put the lucrative contract on someone who you often banish people with. And
Right, right.
on someone you often gets the player.
Well, that's the thing. I haven't figured out how to play very strategically yet, so I tend to use just one person at a time.
I like how the howler droppings appear to literally be in a trash bag. You sold him some garbage.
Thanks, guys. Good luck in that thing you're going to tonight.
Oh, there's a fun question. Headwind's talisman. Can someone else use it now?
Nope.
It's like explicitly for Headwind, not like a nomad or. Interesting.
Can't remember reading that one.
Not that one.
And that one. I guess it just didn't remember.
It forgore.
It forgore. I'll worry about those when
She served for years on the butler.
all right. Commence the rite. Everything is set for the rite to commence, and all is quiet amid the desolate sprawl at the spring of Jomur. All there is left to do is wait for nightfall to set it. To set it?
Now, from what the book says, the spring's not that desolate, really. This place used to be worse.
You observe Sir Gilman sliding back and forth, back and forth. You sense something is weighing on his mind. This night is not a night at all. This night betrayed his former commander, abandoned his brethren of the Sea Dominion. But what is knighthood even? What is knighthood if it means having to follow such a craven as that Sir Deluge? Cease this nonsense, Gilman. Focus on the right. Focus on the right. Focus on the right. He notices you finally. Oh, Master Reader! This knight did not see you there just now, such was his preoccupation with the task at hand. Note that this knight stands prepared. He has no misgivings whatsoever when it comes to battling his ex-triumvirate. Please consider letting this knight participate, for he has honor to restore. Then a glimmering within the sky draws your and his attention.
Look forth, you exiles of the Nightwings. The 8 scribes summon you to the spring of Jomir. The triumvirate you stand against shall be the Pyre Hearts. Reduce their pyre to a smolder and step closer to freedom. Now prepare yourselves.
Gilman, still not abandoned your new friends like all your other duties and responsibilities? Sir Deluge rescues this mask for a time. This knight is most surprised that you have the courage to even show yourself. You speak of courage, Sir Deluge? But this knight has little else to say to the likes of you. That figures, Gilman. You are no knight at all. You are a teensy minnow swimming in a sea of minnows many, many times your size, and with much more honor, too. Then something comes over Sir Gilman. But just as soon it fades, Sir Gilman slinks away. Disgraceful! You Nightwings, you are stupid to have taken that one in, and you are no good at the rights. And another thing, we do not fear you.
Now let us get started.
So, might do well to check on your enemies.
Mm-hmm.
As they've got talismans now.
Vengeful Vow. Oh. So I should be, I should be careful about how I banish him. All right.
Probably gonna want to rely on either worm slashes or like power casts to take out Gilman. Possibly implosion. Wait, is that why imps implode?
Ha.
That's silly.
I can upgrade the lucrative contract to make more money. But I can't upgrade the other one. about it. Ten banishments is kind of a lot for one, I think. Let's try giving him that.
Sir Gilman.
I love how Jadario blocks her enlightenment gauge so you can't really see it.
That's a really good one for her. I don't want to...
Well?
Chill out. She'll also be good for this. With that talisman. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll try using Pamitha.
What's her mastery?
She moves faster after banishing.
I figure it's worth keeping everyone's masteries in mind, the ones that you have on field anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Your choice.
Because that could affect your desire type.
Ow.
Come on then, little pyre hearts. To my kind, you are nothing but a snack. Come then, Nightwings. Show this knight how you defend the honor of that miserable minnow whom you harbor. En garde!
I think that Marine punches this guy.
Now begin.
Ah. Ah.
Your adversary's Pyre is the first to falter. 'Tis taken.
Oh.
'Tis what the scribes ordain. Thoroughly banished. Magnificent. Both banished.
Oop.
There it is.
Oh,
Braver
jeez.
than expected act from Sir Deluge. You seem unable to stop these people. You left
Jeez,
yourselves
come on.
wide open. All banished.
Nope.
Bye, Faye.
We're losing, right? Wait, we're prevailing. How? We're really prevailing?
That craven Sir Deluge, doubtless using exile as a means of
Damn it.
sharing military service. And it is done. The
Shit.
Firehearts prevail. Perhaps they do deserve their freedom, after all. Perhaps your fortune shall be better next time.
You and the Nightwings may have experienced your first defeat, but this is not the end. Rather, this is an opportunity for you and your fellow exiles to press onward. Sir Gilman, for example, learned a valuable lesson this night. A rush of enlightenment gained from surviving a tough situation, awarded only this one time. So too has Faye, not in spite of this setback with the Pyre Hearts, but because of it. And Pamitha is no exception. She has gained more insight here as well. Your fellow exiles all shall gain enlightenment and learn and grow from what transpired. And your story shall continue. The choice of whether to accept such outcomes now and all throughout your quest is to be yours alone. Do you see? Admit your defeat, Sir Gilman. You were a fool to abandon us. You may have prevailed, sir, but we are not defeated. We are never defeated, for ours is the path toward enlightenment. Your victory means nothing. Shut up! You know exactly what you are, Gilman. You call this knight a craven, yet your courage is a mere facade, and everybody knows. Sir Gilman does not respond, although you sense the words of Sir Deluge got to him.
We shouldn't. It's obvious Deluge
There
is
is
talking about
much
himself.
to learn from this experience. Honor is elusive, O Sir Gilman, yet enlightenment is eternal.
So grateful is this knight for such a glorious occasion that he is giving strong consideration to performing here and now the forbidden dance of the Sea Dominion.
Also, I think it might be that the reader's slightly out of practice.
Yeah.
I, for one, don't even know what RT Slither does. What does that do? Do you know what that is?
That's the dash.
Ah.
If only wings could speed us on toward greater understanding.
All in all, having to unlearn everything I've learned is going somewhat faster than expected.
What the heck is Aura Burst? Aura Burst. Banish this thing. Let's see. So it gives you the option to change the state and locality of your attack.
Mm-hmm.
Until the next right.
After the Nightwings fell to the Pyre Hearts in your latest confrontation, you return to the wagon to recover and plan your next move. The time has come to search the stars again and determine where the rites shall take you next. The stars yet shine for you, revealing various paths forward.
Ah, so we soon shall square against Lyndall the Liar and the accusers. Him I know all too well. Perhaps you noticed that he doesn't like us very much. He then tells you what he knows of your next adversary. Lyndall the Liar, the first adversary you confronted in the riots not long after you took your first steps on the path to freedom. A former constable of the Commonwealth, he gained a reputation for his strict and brutal manner. By any means, he always caught the crook. Once he arrested a civilian who hated him on suspicion of theft of Commonwealth artifacts that had gone missing. Lyndall discovered the artifacts himself in the civilian's home. The suspect was soon exiled. Still, he denied the charges even as they cast him downriver. The case was investigated further, though too late. Suspicions turned to Lyndall. It turned out he planted the damning evidence himself, so he was exiled in turn. In the downside, he soon became acquainted with the rights, having heard of all of this from several people in high places. He asserted himself as the de facto leader of the accusers. They bent to his aggressive nature and prevailed many times under his watch. Yet each time his chance at liberty arose, the Nightwings either defeated him or simply did not show. He wishes more than anything to outdo the Nightwings, perhaps even more so than to be free again. Let us give him another opportunity. For now, have a good night, my boy. You bid Volfred a good evening. At dawn, you shall take flight again. Sir Gilman is in a contemplative mood. He has been rather quiet, at least more than usual, ever since his confrontation with Sir Deluge. He notices you there and slides forth in a solemn manner. This night, he knows what he shall do now when all of this is over, Master Reader. We Worm Knights, we all are born and raised to prove ourselves superior to all the other billions of our kind, to lead our lives, however short, with glory. From the moment we shove past our wormling brethren in their egg sacs to the very end, we are conditioned to excel, to prevail at all costs. This relentless pursuit of glory, of fame, of self-worth, it leads most of this knight's kind only to an early doom, or in the case of Sir Deluge, it leads to a life of falsehood. A life of low deceit, abusing one's fellow worm knights, shirking one's responsibility, living in constant fear. This knight cannot abide his former commander, yet pities him. There must be more to honor than to lead a life engulfed in endless conflict. Then he looks at you intently. This knight shall ever seek that honor out when all of this is ended, Master Reader. Thus he vows to you, and he is ever grateful that your guidance led him to this new awakening. But until such time, this knight is duty-bound unto the Nightwings. This is the fulfillment of our plan, and our pursuit of freedom is to be his final quest. For what awaits him afterwards is no mere quest. The honor that this knight has sought, it cannot fully be achieved through knighthood, can it? It requires something more. I trust you understand. He slithers off, his head held high, though not merely in pride. Something has changed in him. +2 presence.
Oh good, he needed that.
Uh-huh.
Our of his was always too narrow.
I'm just gonna look around a bit. Shunt. A gloom hangs thick above the pit of Melith and all around it. You are brave to seek your adversaries here again, reader. Many in the downside believe it to be nothing other than a foul den. They take the tales of Islak Astralborn to be mythology. Embellished through retelling over time. You have met others, such as Witch Udmilda, who believe otherwise. Although whichever their beliefs, I know of none who would go near the place unless the stars demanded it. Thus shall your coming right against the accusers take place in complete secrecy, as always the rights have. You return to the dismal region known as Flagging Hands. Straight away you sense an air of dread, yet cling to hope that you can make your stay as brief as possible. You and your fellow exiles have time to yourselves before the day is done. Nonetheless, the dismal environs soon take their toll on everyone. The Beyonder Crystal seeks Sir Gilman. And there's something new in here. Beyond the valley lies the Flagging Hands, which could be called a swamp if an entire sea could merely be a lake. Soon after our arrival, several of us fell into a dark despair, such were the environs. I found it rather fascinating, though. It held aspects reminiscent of the southern bogs we dwelt in as a tad. We grew accustomed to the dampness of the air, and grew to savor certain twigs and beetles. It can be said the Flagging Hands are an acquired taste, recommendable only for those of our same bent, or perhaps the downside's native imps. The sea surrounded the environs on 3 sides, appearing insurmountable at first. You call upon me for some purpose, my reader? Of course, reader. You need but think on who shall be the subject of my trial, and we shall go from there. You ask Sandra to administer one of her special trials for Sir Gilman. You think that dimwit of a worm has any chance? Perhaps you are correct, though I put little stock in him myself. Though let us bring him forth. Soon Sir Gilman appears in heat of the summons. Master Reader, is this knight perchance in trouble for something? The apparition Sandra appears and unfastens her mask. Listen well, Worm. You answer to me here. As you will, Your Highness. Your Highness. I like the sound of that. The flattery shall get you nowhere here. Demonstrate your competence to me then, Worm. You shall have to do it mostly on your own, though under the guidance of your lovely reader. I trust you are prepared. Of course, Your Highness. This knight accepts this challenge. Oops.
No bounty here. Current talisman is unhelpful against this commands. Yeah, but it's... Yeah.
Huzzah! This knight prevails! I have no choice but to concur with that assessment, Worm. Your performance was sufficient, and you passed my test. Thus, congratulations are in order, to you and to your lovely reader. Now farewell. Master Reader, this knight is humbled after having passed that sorcerer's test. What? By the scales of Under King Ores, what is that you have? Ores' scale. For completing Sir Gilman's trial. 30% jump.
Make the noodly guy do a bouncy bounce. Oh boy.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh,
Hello, sorry, intern.
hello.
I feel like she never believes that they pass. Yay! That was sufficient, I guess.
You accompany the lone minstrel in pursuit of his task here. Speak not directly to the living shade, and be true to your heart when responding to its inquiries, and make no attempt to look it in the eye. The lone minstrel offers these and other words of advice as you approach the burial mounds of Coldmode, where many exiles of the downside see their final days.
You gonna throw a burning veil to what?
Cleanse a certain haunt here. A glimmer of a shade appears before you as you stand surrounded by the dead. You barely see it, and it does not speak, but you feel its thoughts piercing your heart and mind. According to the shade, the book that you possess may lay some of the fallen here to rest. The shade leaves you to your work. You turn through the book, locating passages concerning freedom and the spirit. You recite such words as seem best fit to each of the fallen you see. It is draining work. The shade resurfaces after a while. It leads you to a hollowed stump, then fades away. You found a Nox shrew. You quickly put it away. This item can be sold at the slug market.
Seething bit of fungus. It seethes.
Being here in Flagging Hands continues to sap most everyone's spirits.
But not everyone, because someone got a special ability that makes them immune to that effect.
They did?
I don't remember who.
When?
At some point. Like, if you go through your roster, you'll find somebody who's like either not lost any hope or lost last or something. I forget quite how it said work.
En route to the Pit of Malith, the wagon comes to a sudden halt. That does it. I am leaving. The cause of Jodariel's outburst soon becomes apparent. Well, reader darling, at least some of us know how to take a joke, wouldn't you say? Look, she was reminiscing once again about her soldier days, and I just happened to point out, I may have suggested the fiery destruction of the Spiral Sanctum happened on her former unit's watch.
Pamitha, please.
I mean, didn't it? Not that she would have made much of a difference had she been there herself. She ought to thank the saint that she was spared by her exile here. I thought she held no love for your commonwealth. I shall never understand what it is your people ever saw in that dreadful place, but I guess I hit a sore spot. I should probably apologize. She swoops off. There's no sign of either one of them. You organize a small search. It proves fruitless, but then Jodariel returns, alone as if nothing happened. She is back to her calm self. Let us continue. I regret the interruption. Pamitha soon comes back as well. Oh, don't you worry, darling. I have definitely patched things up between us. Honest. At least, I think perhaps I didn't make things worse. She returns to her business in the wagon. You make ready to resume your travels, but make a note to follow up with them. You find Pamitha in the midst of a heated conversation. All I'm saying is we're limiting not only our own chances individually, but all your friends' chances as well. Jodariel seems to be considering whatever it is that Pamitha proposed. Reader, the harp here is suggesting that perhaps it would be best if I were to form an alliance with the ones whom I fought for the better part of my life. Just with me, Jodariel. I cannot vouch for anybody else. How utterly absurd. If we were in the Commonwealth, I would not have stayed my hand against her, that I can say for certain. However, as Hedwyn would say, what happened back there, perhaps none of that matters anymore, and what matters more is what we do from here. That is to say, I am willing to give it a shot. You mean you would be willing to conduct the rites with me? Yes. Excellent. I knew that you would come around. Thought she'd never come around, but I ought to give her the benefit of the doubt here. I'm grateful for your open-mindedness. No need to let old enmities between our ancestors ruin things between us, or the others in our little party for that matter. After all, do not push it with me, Harp. We shall see if the reader here is thus inclined to pair us in the coming rites. I am willing to defer to him. Anyway, you see, I think I managed to make amends there. Doubtless we'll get on swimmingly in no time. Pamitha and Jodariel are now willing to conduct the rites together. Hope for the best.
Those two could probably learn something from it.
Flagging fungus occasionally produces foul-tasting mushrooms that are strangely satisfying to pluck from it.
Just don't eat them.
The Freedom Pact. We rid the land of an impending doom, but faced another of its kind, for we knew that we were trapped. Yet for each danger which we faced, for every failed ambush by Arch, we met with gentle souls and kindred spirits in the downside, who deserved more than to fade from memory within this land. It was then the stars themselves showed us the way, delineating a great voyage across the sea. Near broken we became, but then at last a moonlit vision, that of the rites. The rites! Thus shall they say of us, the 8 scribes gave their freedom, so that we may yet have ours. If there is one celestial landmark in which I would never again wish to tread, unless, of course, the stars beseeched me to, it has to be the pit. 'Twas dark in there beyond all reckoning. If not for Melith's sorcerous lantern, all of us, we all would have been lost. What lies within the pit is not to be invoked, although I have no doubt our goodly Underking shall be unable to prevent himself from boasting of how Malith sealed it there for an entire age. The thing yet lies there on the edge of death. Through its connection to the stars, it gives the pit significance. Walk there with courage and a steady mind. Oh, hey guys, look, I got something here, I think, which maybe you would like. He shows you several bottles of multicolored liquids of some sort. Sun Serum, for hope for the next rite, Star Serum for quickness for the next rite, and Moon Serum for presence for the next rite. Yeah, they taste pretty good, I guess, and besides, they can give you just the little lift you need, know what I mean? You get thirsty for them, don't even worry, I can get more soon.
That's her infernal things to them if they made it worse. She may have made it a little worse. Okay, we're timing.
Nope, okay. Tell all your friends about us, 'cause I already told mine. I should do a practice run, just because of how badly that last one went. Ooh. Unfortunately, I need to go record my life. Where is the BRB? Is that the BRB? That's the BRB. I'll BRB.
excited that he's going for a 2-level attack. What a good day he's at. What a good day he's at. No more stuff in his ears. Tasty tuna treat. Yeah, successful, you think? So we've got some recommended steak. And need to hop back on to the workbox around 8 before it close my session. Pick me up. Oops. Oops. It's like a 2-level thing, so there's a 10-hour session for logging the whole system, and then my current logon has a 2-hour lifetime without input. The former was going to end at 7. So I disconnected. So it's reset. And that's the initial event. So all I had to do was sign up a little before 8 something. So briefly sign on. Then I have the 2 hours and yeah, I think 2-hour timer just ran out. Because not only has it kicked me off, it's taking ages to log off. I try to sign on, it's like, the view agent says that this session is still logging off. Oops, says I.
What happened?
We're a little bit late.
Review against reports that this desktop is currently logging off. Oops.
Yeah, I meant to sign on again real quick between pizza and stream, and I was distracted by the pizza.
Mm-hmm.
I was hungry. So this might take a little longer than
Mm-hmm. Oh, funny. Oop. Oops. Oops. There. Ah, dang it. Oops. Oops. There we go. Okay, that went all right. Here among the poisoned lands of the Pit of Malith, you await the signal of the stars. There's no sign yet of your expected adversaries, the accusers. I'm going to get chat up here. Then the little imp Tizo flutters up to you. Tizo cautions you that he has some history with your next adversary, Lindel. That's not what I said to do. Tizo seems to be indicating that Lindel has a personal vendetta against him. But before he can explain anything further, the stars begin to call to you. Oh. Something else catches your notice in the sky this time. Strange new stars shimmering about the ones you recognize. The Greater Titans have returned. Some of them, and merely in spirit, not in form, but those dark stars are a portentous sign. Though they may light your way, beware the path which they illuminate, reader. Henceforth, you may invite the influence of the Titan stars. Omens in the night sky, each representing one of the downside's mythical monstrosities. Use the Titan stars for a greater challenge.
Behold the Titan stars.
Call upon the Titan stars to rank up faster.
Is that the method the game gives you for asking for a challenge?
Try this one.
The hoop monstrosity sounds like it would work rather well with the contract.
That's true.
Like, oh, they come back faster, so you can farm them.
Maybe that one would be easier to deal with as well. Let's try it.
Limbless Arazak.
Plus 3% enlightenment. I can do multiples.
Endriga the Widow.
I don't think I want to.
Titan stars. Burning remnants of monstrosities felled by the scribes themselves. Dare you to stand against them in their fury? Dark is the knowledge that you seek there, reader. Best focus on your adversaries, keen as they are to confront you once again. Put out their fire first, and show them the glory of the Nightwings. Now then, make ready for the rite!
Your companions are assembled and ready for the rites to commence. However, there is still no sign of your adversaries, the accusers. The little imp Tizo screeches something, cautioning you all to stay alert. But then, someone leaps forth from the shadows. He grabs at his mask. Aha! Caught out, you miserable beast. I knew it. After all this time, I knew that you were still among their ranks. Tizo is angry to have stumbled into an apparent trap laid for him by Lindell. Silence, fiend. You robbed me of my freedom, my dignity. Your evil shall be ended here and now, and you, Nightwings, shall not deny me thus again. Come then, my accusers, for we face again none other than the spawn of the accursed imp, Haub the Swallow. First of the 8 scribes. Let us show him now that he is a disgrace. Tizo whistles something angry back at him. Whatever transpired between him and Lindell in the past, Lindell evidently has not let it go.
Who shall conduct the rite?
So, gotta bring Tizo just to antagonize Lindell.
Got it. I mean, he's got all that inspiration. May as well.
Mm-hmm.
Can't tell if Jadaria has inspiration or not. Her head's blocking her own enlightenment part. Well, she does. Okay. Her head's blocking her enlightenment part.
The choice is cast.
Don't worry, Tizo. We got your back on this one. Nightwings! The wicked fiend you serve as an affront. He denied my rightful freedom in my moment of triumph. I shall never forgive him, or any of you.
They don't serve Tizo? He's just on the team?
Now begin.
Oop.
Your adversaries are the first to strike.
There's a button to switch away, right?
Mm-hmm. Oops. Gotcha. Oops.
Oops.
Jodariel plunged into their pyre.
Oh, their Pyre has extra fire points.
Hold still, you misbegotten little pox. We're not finished with you yet. Tizo utters at Lindell a slew of the absolute worst in profanity. Your curses could not possibly affect me any further, you foul spawn, for you have taken everything from me already. But if I am to be trapped in this forsaken hole with you for the remainder of my days, then I shall see to it that yours shall be as doleful as my own.
That Lendl certainly enjoys a rousing speech, though talk means nothing.
The flames of freedom.
Oops.
The orb slips from your clutches. Ouch. All of the Nightwings banish.
Oops.
Lendl
Oh, for the love of
into your pyre.
You get back in time. Stinky.
Seize the orb. Verily. The fire of resolve. Your pyre burns brighter for the while. The orb.
He's a wizard.
Absolution. Their pyre weakens. The rite is nearly ended. And it is done.
Much better.
The Nightwings prevail.
Yeah.
Their pyre burns whilst that of their adversaries is but ash. The rite is complete.
Tizo is very pleased that you prevailed, but wishes to make a quick exit at this time. Blast! Where did he go? Where did he go? That infernal imp. It is a monster in disguise, a fiend! Come forth to torment me until the day I die! Lindell storms off in a fit of anger. Tizo reappears once the coast is clear and expresses his gratitude again. What Lindell said before, if Tizo truly is a descendant of Haub the Swallow, then he has quite the legacy to live up to.
The rites do tend to teach something of trust.
Utter nonsense, all of this. That we have come this far. Fortune alone cannot be the cause.
500 inspiration. Got a lot of money out of that. Oh yeah, the taunt.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've seen you use that once.
Mm-mm.
Honestly, I'm not even sure if it's available unless you have the like a related mastery.
Until the next rite.
Back at the wagon, after overcoming the accusers in a convincing manner, you are about to join the others, discussing the outcome when Volfred finds you. Good work back there, my boy. Though I'm afraid I must pull you away from any revelry, for there is something you should see. Please join me outside. Look forth. The golden star reveals itself to us once more. Indeed, somewhere deep in the infinite dark, a single star shines brighter than the rest.
Oh. That was quick.
Uh-huh. The essence. The rites are calling you again to the fall of Soliam, where one among you may go free should you prevail. It is as we discussed. The cycle of the rites is beginning to turn more quickly. Perhaps the scribes themselves have taken notice. Fortunately, having more frequent opportunities to free ourselves is not unwelcome to our plan. 33%. Creeping ever upward. I suppose it's good for everyone, including the Essence, who will oppose us next. Getting to Mount Elodiel ought to be a little easier than before, at least. We should be able to make landing near some of the old monuments to the scribes. Let us set forth at dawn. Soon everyone is off to rest as best as they are able, knowing that another chance at liberty for one of them shall soon present itself. The stars shine strange beneath the sea. This one dared rise from the waters so that he could see them plain, the burning essences of those who came before. Our lives are but a quest to join the stars. This one longed to be the brightest, but in the downside this one met those whose own stars shall doubtless burn at least as hot. Together we achieved great deeds. You may have seen some evidence of it, the remains of the greater Titans, which once darkened this dark land. But in our kinship was the strength to conquer them. It is this one's humble charge to chronicle those deeds, and may the Titan stars never stain the sky during your time. If this one is to be honest, he nary expected his high-minded friend Lou Sklorian ever to raise arms. And yet, 'twas Sklorian alone who toppled the root titan which befouled the serenity of Waking Wood. Sklorian, he brought to bear the might of his entire family of willful saps, contained within his ancient gnarled staff. Soon did the poisoned soil of limbless Arazek begin to dissipate. The root titan cried out a deafening last cry, and withered to a speck. Arazek yet lives, a husk, a single foul seed, still rotting where once something mighty stood. Sklorian in his mercy deigned that the surrounding woods ought to grow bold and strong by casting off the influence of Arazak, not by forgetting him. The accusers formed under Golothanian. He is a big man. He values justice, loyalty, steadfastness. Golothanian, he says that the accusers take their name from one of his most accomplished legions from his former military days. All among them, in fact, served the Master General at one time. They represent the stoutest-hearted people of the Empire who held true to Mur and Golothanian to the end. The golden colors of their raiments are reminiscent of their old shining armor, is his claim. Ever shall they seek out those with the truest spirits and the strongest sense of purpose to replenish their ranks.
Yeah, probably what they were able to.
Mm-mm. Hello, Tizo. Tizo has seemed somewhat less cheerful since his run-in with Lyndall and the accusers. He approaches you, wanting for you to hear him out. Tizo seems unhappy about something Lyndall said to him. Tizo understands full well why Lyndall is angry with him. While Tizo does not like Lyndall as a person, he recognizes nonetheless that he denied his freedom. It was a liberation rite. He did what he felt necessary. He wanted to help his friend go free. Nonetheless, he still feels a certain guilt and regrets that the rites force exiles into such situations. He falls silent for a while. Whether the 8 scribes ever intended for imps such as he to participate in the rites firsthand is difficult to know for certain. Then, Tizo is grateful to you for listening. He knows the scribes created the rites with good intentions. He promises to keep doing his best to live up to the legacy of the scribes. He bounds up to the rafters with some of the other drive imps. Regardless of whether he truly is a descendant of Haub the Swallow, surely the scribes would have been proud of him. Being here in Flagging Hands continues to sap most everyone's spirits. Something about the strange island you see below draws your attention. Best to avert your gaze from the Isle of Kaelmer. Even the scribes themselves thought to avoid the place. Let us fly on. A forbidden island nestled in the deathless tempest. It has significance to the 8 scribes. Huh. You make landing on the sacred Mount Elodiel, upon whose summit the next liberation rite shall soon take place. You wonder who among you may regain his or her freedom this time. Volfred finds you after the post-flight inspection. We shall have to take the rest of the trip to Fall of Soliam by land. Maybe soon liberate another of our own there. That should raise the chances that our plan shall ultimately succeed. The Beyonder Crystal seeks Pamitha. I was beginning to wonder when you would return. Certainly, reader, you need but indicate who is to be my subject for this round. You ask Sandra to administer one of her special trials for Pamitha. Oh, you mean that feisty harp? She may yet be taught some manners, I should think. I should attempt to bring her down to size. Let us bring her forth. Soon Pamitha arrives in heat of the summons. You called for me, reader darling? Ah, it's that crystal. Then let's hash it out. I'm ready. The apparition Sandra appears and unfastens her mask. Listen well, Harp. You answer to me here. Ooh, a bossy one. Sure then, go on and tell me more. Such a delightful student for a change. Come then, let us see what you can do, left to your own devices. Save for your reader's vigilance, of course. Let's show her what she wants to see then, reader darling. Oops. Nope, nope, nope. Shoot. Dang it. That was too slow. Double. Yeah. Ah, dang it. This isn't good. There we go. There now, is everybody happy? Oh, happy as can be, my doubtless pretty harp. So good of you to ask. On top of that, your performance was sufficient and you passed my test. You have my congratulations, both to you and to your lovely reader. Now be gone from here before I have any second thoughts. My, that Sandra sure could use a massage or something. So angry, isn't she? Say, what's that you have there, darling? Triesta's plume. She could no longer fly, and yet her tears she shed for her assailants, for they could cry no longer. For they could cry no longer. Dude. That's really good. Later that day, you accompany Jodariel into the sheer cliffs of Emperor's Ascent, where a monument to Trieste Tithys awaits you. Perhaps due to the nature of this place, you begin to sense Jodariel's inner thoughts, as clear as if she were speaking aloud. You scribes, I do not believe that you can hear me. Perhaps all this is but a joke to you. If so, then do not tamper with the feelings of my comrades. I shall not forgive you if you do. Soon you and she are finished paying your respects. You return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Trieste Tithys has shown you favor. At dawn you shall begin your ascent. For now, the solitude here is fit for pursuing your vocations. Jodariel gained +2 quickness for the next ride. Nice. Jodariel seems to be fidgeting with her horns. Blast these wretched things, reader. Have you any inkling as to how unwieldy they become with age? I long for the days when the wound in my leg was chief among my bodily concerns. Say what? The horns grow bigger with age. You note that her horns do look rather heavy and express regret that they yet seem to cause her some discomfort. Your sympathy is noted, but it does not change the fact of the matter here. 10 years or so into my stay within this blasted place, I first felt protrusions from my skull. They remained hidden by my hair for quite some time, but I knew that would not last. We all heard much of demons in the Commonwealth. Sinners rightfully exiled would assume their rightful form. Thus, when my horns started to sprout, I took it as an indication that perhaps this was indeed the fate that I deserved. She trails off a while. I know somewhat better now. Any of our kind left down here long enough and left alive becomes like this. Something in the climate? Difficult to say. A disease of sorts, but not a deadly one. If anything, the opposite. If we live long enough, then we live longer still like this, extending thus our sentence into exile. Sometimes I think, if these horns are here to symbolize my sins, then surely they are going to recede if ever I return. On nights when these damned horns prevent my sleep, my thoughts inevitably stray to that hopeless idea, a naive hope which never leaves despite prolonged attempts to rid myself of it. Horns are not worth the trouble, reader. She nods wryly as she heads out into the afternoon. Boo. Let's see if I can catch Pamitha up a bit. Having gleaned knowledge from the Book of Rites, you can impart some of its teachings. As each exile's path toward enlightenment is personal, you will have to mentor them one at a time. Fine then, let us chat together for a spell. You illustrate to Pamitha some of the intricacies of the rites, focusing on how all three in a triumvirate can move and act as of one mind. You sense she grasps some of the concepts. Appreciate that bit of insight, reader darling. Expect I'll be using Faye this time. On the way to the summit, you pass a monument to Under King Ores, and Faye happens to take notice. You wish for good fortune in the coming ride, and in your plan. As for Faye, blessed am I to have this audience with you, O Under King Ores. Your resplendent glory has made this moment possible and given me so many friends who are so dear to me. Thank you. Whatever happens, thank you. She says little after paying her respects. However, as you prepare to continue your ascent, you sense that Under King Ores has shown you favor. 3 glory. You and your companions gather once more at the Scribe's Gate, where a single narrow trail leads upward toward the summit, past an archway of carved of stone. Come this way, please. The minstrel leads you toward the archway where his counterpart awaits. The exiles of the Nightwings have returned. They have. Greetings, Celeste. She all but ignores him and motions for the rest of you. Now then, each of you in turn, please state your name and what it is that you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate. Please do just as she says. Everyone steps forth one after another, much like before. Tizo passes through the gate. Sir Gilman passes through the gate. Faye passes through the gate. Jodariel passes through the gate. Hamatha passes through the gate. Ruki passes through the gate. Volfred passes through the gate. No one is left to go but you. You step forth and declare yourself as you did before. There's something in my eye. The Guardian of Scribe's Gate regards you with a still expression. Then she addresses all of you in her formal manner. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. The lone minstrel glances up at the Gate Guardian. You have our gratitude, Celeste. But she pays him no heed. Again, you gain the top of Mount Elodiel, from which the downside sprawls before you. You wonder whether one among you soon shall follow Headwind from this place. Page revealed, the fall of Soliam. From the top of Mount Elodiel, the downside may be seen in its entirety, or at least felt, since so much of the land is shrouded. But that is hardly all. Through a wondrous miracle, there lies upon this highest mountain an inverted fall, whose waters crash not toward the sea, but rush toward the heavens. We speculate these are the very waters which delivered us, but now bend backward, seeking their return, as do we all. In this phenomenon can freedom be achieved, but only for the chosen when the time is right. This is a path to freedom we cannot traverse, but shall leave open for you so that you may strive for it. Oh, hey, guys, you know, it gets real awful cold up here sometimes, waiting for customers, so come on in, okay? And good luck in that big battle thing you got. That's where you're going, isn't it? I heard it's going to be exciting from my friends. I don't have anything to sell either. See you guys. Time has come for your second liberation rite to commence. You observe the lone minstrel and Volfred speaking in hushed tones, but cannot sense the topic or the tone. Then Volfred looks up at you. I trust that you are feeling as prepared as possible, my boy. Each rite is consequential to our journey in its own respect, though these liberation rites have a more immediate effect. It's somewhat crass, however. I've gone and estimated by how much each of our companions may contribute to the outcome of our plan should they be liberated here. Factors such as their previous occupation, innate tendency to lead, and oratory skill contributed to my assessment. It's nothing personal, for we are all in this together. Besides, we all ought to return in time if possible. Know simply that for each one of us who goes, in so doing, he or she shall raise our total chances of success. Reader, sir, this night you shall confront the Essence. They have already appointed Tamitha to be liberated, should they manage to prevail. We all have faith in you, my boy. And lo, even the stars agree on this account. Ooh. I'll keep that one on for the extra XP, but I am not confident enough to turn on more.
Nightwings have returned unto the fall of Solium, at which the scribes first formed their sacred union. At stake this night is freedom and prosperity. But only for one exile who prevails in this liberation rite. Your many adversaries all did strive to earn this opportunity. 'Twas the Essence which earned it. Who shall be absolved is up to all of you.
The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed one of the Essence, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. Tamitha swoops down from somewhere and unfastens her mask. I am known as Tamitha Thane. I mean to return to my ancestral home and promptly resume my responsibilities as flight tactician of the Highwing Remnants. Our long stalemate against the Commonwealth shall soon be ended should I and several of my sisters manage to rejoin our clan. Then our vengeance shall be swift and thorough. Your quarrel with the country that cast you into exile is beneath the notice of the scribes, Tamitha Thane. Here you shall be judged under the stars. My quarrel with the Commonwealth is all that gave me and my sisters strength enough to reach this point. The scribes ought well take heed of how my people suffer. We are not weaklings anymore like your Trieste Tithys. We shall not fall in line with flightless fools and their naked attempts to subsume our heritage, our culture. Speak not again thus of the saint, or you shall be expelled, Tamitha Thane. Tamitha scoffs, then turns her attention toward your side. And Nightwings, as for you, the fury we shall imminently show is nothing in comparison to the hatred growing for your Commonwealth in the mountains on the other side. She signals to her sisters to ready themselves. You seek your freedom, but there shall be nothing save for devastation should you manage to return. Now then, have the Nightwings reached a decision on whose behalf they shall conduct the liberation rite? Reader, I am bound to tell you once more, the first companion whom you choose shall go free this very night if you prevail. Only the enlightened may be thus anointed. Not all among you may yet be ready. The other two chosen for the triumvirate shall lend their aid. Nightwings, make your decision.
Who you set free.
Okay, tonight it's Jadariel.
Jodariel,
If that is your wish.
who shall lend her support?
You may consider what the opponents have.
True.
Oh, they managed to afford lunar glasses. Lousy fancy bird people. Mercenary turn says, this seems utter BS, only one at a time to go.
Right?
Word choice. I mean, homophone, but... There's application in the book that there's a reason for it, though. That reason being that the strange flow can only support one person.
Oh, I can help? I think I can help.
Yes, your bouncy aura cast should be amusing.
Sure, let's get her out of here then. One final obstacle to overcome ere I can soar again above your commonwealth. Such destruction I shall rain upon it soon. But first, let us dance this final time.
Oh, she needs to be stopped.
Commence!
As the liberation rite continues, you sense Pamitha reaching out to you, or perhaps just reaching out to anyone at all. Reader, someone please. Let her prevail, please let her prevail here this once. If this thought makes me a traitor, so be it, but please let Tamitha prevail, for she is here wrapped up in all of this because of me. The plea trails off, and Pamitha remains steadfast, all her attention focused on the liberation rite. And as for Tamitha, prepare yourselves, Nightwings, and as for you, Pamitha, I await the outcome of this night, for it shall soon ensure that I may never have to see your smirking countenance again.
Tamitha, you do realize your sister intends to spill an ocean of blood?
Oop.
Oh. What's the button that switches?
It's the A.
Yeah, maybe want to hit that when someone goes past you.
The switch is kind of slow, unfortunately.
Oh, rude!
Hark now, my sisters! Damn what the book says, advance to strike formation. Prevail here against these wretches, no matter the cost. In disregard for the way of the riots, Tamitha Thane has ordered her triumvirate to push further afield, adopting an even more aggressive stance for the remainder of this ride. Oh, they're all moving at once?
No, they're cheating. No, sorry.
What?
She was flying.
Damn.
Why does it sound that way?
It's a duet between two bards that have something to do with this ritual. Oh.
The orb quenches the flame.
So sometimes their energy is drained and they get kind of cut off or something?
Wait, what?
And
No, no, no!
There it is. At last. The essence.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Their
Yep.
worth.
That was a bad time to ask that question.
It could have been you,
Yeah, I
Nightwings.
could have done without the distraction.
Alas.
Well, you appear to be completely ignoring me until you said, wait,
Thus
what?
ends the liberation rite.
He was
And
trying.
The scribes have chosen.
Boy, I hope she doesn't actually
The
spill enough
exile
blood if she does.
appointed by the essence shall be free, absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. Her adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Today, it seems, was not to be my day. Regardless, I am grateful to you all for the attempt.
It almost was, but they started cheating. Well, the
Commonwealth fools. How fitting that traditions such as this should spring forth from a culture such as yours. They ought to have put me to the sword, but no. They, in their arrogance and in their smug superiority, deigned reason that those such as I ought to be exiled instead. Here, then, we would live in penitence and learn the error of our ways. She laughs for once, though not with joy. Such utter nonsense.
Senator Grim says, yeah, but something is going to backfire if this.
And now they shall receive me open-armed, a champion forged by their precious system. Yet I shall use every waking breath to bring them all to ruin. She turns to her fellow sisters of the Essence and regards them with respect. Sisters, we may not be bound by blood, but ours is a stronger bond even than that. May we soar together in the stars someday, and I swear to you the High-Wing remnants shall survive. Farewell, sisters. A moment later, she is gone, engulfed within the waters of the Shimmer Pool. Yet you hear her voice reverberate for one last time. Farewell, sisters. Tamitha earned back her freedom. Accept this, for it is done.
Godspeed, Tamitha Thane. The 8 scribes are ever merciful. By their grace, the cycle of the rites may soon commence again.
No, but you weren't using one of the Titan stars, right?
One of them.
That might not have been wise. The liberation rate is a little harder.
Until the rites begin anew.
Well, Tamitha, I knew full well I never could give back to you the years you spent in exile, and I knew I never could regain your trust. But maybe now at least I can start to live with myself again. Though how absurd. I might have doomed the Commonwealth, the High-Wing remnants, and Tamitha alike this night, and yet, once more, all I can think of is myself. I need a drink. After the liberation rite, you find Pamitha drinking alone. Everyone else seems to be off doing something equivalent. You're about to leave her be when she looks up at you. That's that then, Rita darling. Mission accomplished. Is that what you wish to hear? That my loyalties have all this time rested with Tamitha? You know that it's not that simple. Besides, I think I've made plain my intentions from the start. I'm here because of her. She looks up at you then. But I'm still here because of you. She pauses again for a time. I don't know the reasons why we failed that liberation rite. Were the essence simply superior to us, perhaps? But I don't wish to know. And as you can probably detect here, darling, I feel no joy in this outcome. But I feel as though a part of me was liberated there, along with Tamitha. So, and I realize this may make little sense right now, but thanks, if nothing else, for being there to help me see this through.
The styling would have been different if you'd known.
She then gestures toward you with her bottle.
She and her sister have had just like another bit of catfightery.
You accept the bottle and the two of you drink in silence for a time.
Like had the screen distorted for a moment.
Nothing more needs to be said. As the hour grows very late, you excuse yourself and leave her to her thoughts. If Pamitha ever was conflicted in her intentions, you sense that now she is fully committed to the group. She has nothing else to strive for. We did what we could. With each liberation rite, we strive to advance our plan. 34%. A brighter future awaits at the end of our path. For now, we must persevere. Speaking of which, reader, I take it you have seen the stars, or should I say the lack thereof. You have, or did. Once more, the sky is all abyssal darkness following the liberation rite. No stars illuminate themselves to guide you further on your path. Then let us go once more to Moonlight Alcove. I've an errand I must run besides, once we arrive. Best we recover now, and make our way southward at first light. Faye seems to be in a happy mood, though she always seems to be around Jodariel, who's listening to her with patience. So, I would just look within the sallow caps each day break for the morning dew to drink, and once in a while I would find maybe a stream to drink from too. Though I'd get very thirsty sometimes too. I tried drinking tree sap once. It wasn't very good. Really it was very bad, I guess. She seems to be discussing how exactly she managed to survive in the downside all alone for so long. Jodariel watches her intently all the while. Food? Well, food was harder to find usually because, this is a bit embarrassing, but I tried never to harm a living thing, you know, because it makes me very sad. But sometimes it is the way of things, I understand. I do. And so I would eat as often as I needed to, and tried a lot of different things to see if they were good. Most of them weren't, though. But I got by. I learned to get by. I already knew how a little bit, because back home, where I came from, there I had to get by there, too. Here, well, it was harder, but it wasn't that much harder, really, in a way. Jodariel remains silent for some time as Faye trails off. Then, she embraces Faye and holds her there gently. Faye lets out a breath, but says nothing either for a while. Faye, May I ask a question of you? Me? Oh, of course. What question is it? How old are you? Do you know? Oh, I'm 19 years old. That is how old I am, I think? Truly. Then you have seen a lot in not a lot of time. Know that what you have achieved, it is a feat. I have known seasoned soldiers who could not have lived through the experiences you have described. Oh, really? Wow, thank you. Thank you so much. You have seldom seen Faye look so joyful as this moment. As for Jodariel, you could count on one hand the number of times you have seen a smile play across her lips. You leave them to their conversation.
Oh, that was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Fern says, maybe it was meant to be lost so you could her full support.
Maybe.
That didn't seem unwinnable, though admittedly they'd start cheating. It was like really hard to keep them away from the player. But you almost won at the same time, so I think it really can go either way there.
Mercy is the beating heart of a truly free society. Mercy, even for the perpetrators of the darkest deeds. As our liege Solion Mur drifted in an ocean of regret, he found their mercy, or rather it found him, and it saved his life. Mercy, freedom, they are intertwined. A society which raises a clenched fist against its own shall follow the doomed path of the Empire of Sar. Ours shall be a merciful society. May the perpetrators of the darkest deeds be sent to join us here, where they may learn as we have. Mercy shall engender union among all our different kind. We shall stand shoulder to shoulder, equals in the same society.
So that's what a Commonwealth exiles mean.
You once again find yourself amid the quiet nooks of Moonlight Alcove. Here you can await the time until the stars deign to shine for you again. We have returned to a place of respite. Please make yourselves comfortable such as you can. We are at the mercy of the stars, but I expect they shall shine bright again in time. As for me, I shall return by then, for there is something I must do. There, from atop the sacred mountain, you gaze down into the abyss that is the downside. You wonder when the stars shall align themselves once more. There upon the sacred mountain, you and your companions once more await the night the stars begin to shine again. The plan of which you are all a part is set in motion. The Commonwealth, a nation that stood almost for 1,000 years, is in turmoil. If your companions return there through the liberation rites, what sort of place shall they be coming back to? Many moons pass. One evening, amid a downpour with no interest whatsoever in relenting, Volfred requests everybody to convene. You understand he has an announcement of some sort. Soon, everyone is assembled, and Volfred regards the group. Everyone! There is an aspect of our plan which I've not talked about with you at length. Look around at your companions. What do you see in them? He lets the question hang a moment in the air. I'll tell you what I see in all of you. In all of us. I see in all of us a living vision of the 8 scribes. themselves, each one among them hailing from the different tribes which later formed our Commonwealth. My observation does not come from pompousness, I think. Rather, I believe the scribes themselves desired, or shall I say desire, such a course. Together they created all this ceremony of which we're now a part. The exiles liberated through their rites went on to found the Commonwealth based on their values and their teachings. Thus, an instrumental aspect of our plan is to embody the spirit and the culture from which the Commonwealth arose so many centuries ago. That way, when we are all united on the other side in solidarity, the people all shall see that we reflect the values they yet cherish in their hearts, not merely our own. Anyway, we are still missing one key representative on behalf of Molten Melith. And I happen to know a certain bog dweller who I think shall fit the part most splendidly indeed. He motions for someone to approach. A certain bog dweller slithers forward. You recognize her straight away. It is my pleasure to introduce to you a dear old friend of mine, whom I believe you've met. Welcome to the Nightwings, Bertrude. The bog dweller called Big Bertrude utters something guttural by way of greeting. We are to understand that you require further aid from us. Yes, dear Bertrude, the time has come. Bertrude here is far and away the most accomplished alchemist whom I have ever met. You soon will find that she knows much about the rites as well. Bertrude looks you and your fellow exiles, each in turn. We frighten ye, apparent. Everyone is silent as Bertrude searches their expressions. Then tremble, small ones, and hold well thy tongues, lest we remove them. She takes her leave without another word. Please excuse Bertrude's blunt manner. I guarantee she shall more than make up for it. Everyone disperses. It seems now that the ranks of the Nightwings are complete. Bertrude joined the group. You sense her powerful presence. Now then, my boy, perhaps you noticed that the stars are bright once more up there behind those stubborn rains, meaning it is time that we got back to business. Indeed, once more, several stars shine bright within the cold and storming sky. Alright, let's go here. Another team we've only fought once. The Withdrawn and Witch Udmilda have designs upon the rites that have nothing to do with being free again. What they seek, no one in good conscience could abide. He then reveals what he has learned of her and her designs. Witch Udmilda, one of the bog dwellers and head of the Withdrawn, a triumvirate more interested in legends of Islak the Astral-born than in the rites. Her kind was known to be reclusive in the Commonwealth, yet she was brazen in her disdain for common values. She practiced the unspeakable. Somehow, one day, her research into flammable reagents grew into an obsession with Islak, despite widely held belief that he is dead or never did exist. But Udmilda held that Islak is merely dormant and shall someday be reborn with newfound hunger, which could only be sated by devouring the world. Then at last could Islak return to his glorious home, and Udmilda would go with him. When Commonwealth officials showed up to take Udmilda in for spreading unrest, she was all too eager to comply. After all, a sentence to the downside meant being that much closer to Islak's resting place, where she believed she had much work to do, where the withdrawn stood ready to assist. She speaks in seeming riddles, yet the thread of her intentions, I think, cannot be dismissed. Let us be on our guard, and therefore let us rest now while we can. You bid Volfrid a restful night in kind. It is too late to take flight, so you expect to press onward come daylight.
How are you able to see the stars through that storm?
You find Big Bertrude looking about the black wagon in a disapproving way. She fixes her gaze on you. Her expression does not change.
Such a clutter added to this wagon since we looked upon it last. Unsightly. We remember thee from our abode in Flagging Hands. Then thou must be the reading one to whom Sandalwood referred.
She moves in close, studying you. You recall that the mere touch of a bog crone of the southern bogs can induce paralysis or worse. A distant region of the Commonwealth, left well alone despite technically being part of the nation. The cold and forbidding marshlands are home to the bog dwellers of Sar, colloquially known as crones.
That one such as thee can extract meaning from that tome. 'Twas a feat we wished to witness for ourselves. Thy flesh has seen but the smallest fraction of the years which ours withstood, and yet we are expected to believe that thou canst understand the Book of Rites.
Then she backs away, for someone else has joined you. Hail, Bertrude, madam. Is everything to your liking at this time, or is there something more which you require?
We have been unable to locate a supply of rotworm gizzard extract among thy belongings. Other than that, we shall lodge no complaint at present.
It is possible that Volfrid has a small supply among his possessions here. If you would care to accompany me, we may yet procure some.
That would be agreeable with us.
Then after you, madam. As they depart, you think you see the lone minstrel nod his head your way. With these blackened nails do I hereby inscribe the rites of flame. The bylaws shall be written here in full. We the Eight decree the rites, a test of one's true worth in body, mind, and spirit. Now, until the stars abandon us, this shall be binding law within the downside. Those deemed worthy in the rites are to regain their freedom from the downside and return from whence they came. Exiles shall conduct the rites as one of 9 triumvirates and look toward the stars for guidance on their path. Exiles shall bear this book as status. The essential structure of a rite shall be as follows. Where chosen by the stars, within the dark of night, shall 2 triumvirates stand in opposition, far enough afield, beside their consecrated pyres, symbolizing their resolve. In each triumvirate, the 3 shall act as one, to demonstrate their trust in one another, not just in themselves. Triumvirates shall endeavor to extinguish the pyre of their adversary, whose flames are only to be staunched through a celestial orb, descended from the stars. Whosever pyre remains burning shall prevail. The triumvirates are to disperse. We the 8 have seen the turning of the stars from now until the ending of our age. Heed their guidance and ours. The stars take many cyclic turns. The rites commence at their behest upon celestial landmarks where the downside's greater titans fell before the heavens. Bearing this the book bestowed upon... bearing this, the book bestowed on your triumvirate, you, the reader, shall perceive under which the stars you are to congregate. Follow where they lead, as your adversaries shall. If either of you fails to appear, then neither of you walks the path. Whether you prevail or you fail, from that point the stars shall guide you on. The rite shall not commence unless the necessary preparations are complete at a celestial landmark ere the stars align. Exiles shall conduct the rites bearing this book, of which there are but 40 copies, each bound in astral hide. Exiles shall wear the sacred raiments fashioned in our likeness at the summit of Mount Elodio. Their identities are to be concealed, for they shall represent us all. Exiles shall set a metal sigil for their pyre, and consecrate the grounds using the words, "The 8 scribes gave their freedom so that we may yet have ours." The heavens shall respond when all is set. During the rite, each triumvirate shall act as one, unerringly and without question. The disobedient shall suffer banishment or permanent expulsion. Exiles shall move as of a single mind to demonstrate their faith and recognize that they, as we the 8, cannot prevail alone. Their worth shall be determined both by their actions and their peers. Triumvirates lacking experience in this may designate a reader whose focus on this book may help the others to coordinate. However, only those who shall conduct the rites firsthand shall walk the path toward enlightenment and become eligible to regain their freedom. At the appointed time, at the aligning of the stars, the heavens shall rain down upon the ground sufficiently prepared, and thus the 2 opposing pyres shall be set ablaze. Thus shall commence the rite. Triumvirates are to protect their pyres as they would their lifeblood. Lifeblood itself is never to be shed before, during, or after any rite, lest the disobeyer suffer permanent expulsion. Exile is injury enough. The rite is an act of mercy. Fear not the purifying flame. Plunge into it headlong and without fear, for you shall be protected by the stars themselves. Seek freedom in the flame. Exiles bearing the raiments and this book reveal their hidden inner aura in the color of their flame. The aura is the exile's solitary weapon in the rites. Should one's adversary cross one's aura, the adversary shall be banished. Banishment is fleeting nothingness. Seek the pyre's light, and thus make your return. The exile's presence shapes the aura. Exiles gain greater auras whilst standing side by side with their triumvirates, for we gain strength together. Exiles may cast their aura through sheer force of focus on this book. As 2 flames are lit, so shall the celestial orb fall from the heavens. But one such orb shall be availed by the stars, requiring triumvirates to vie for it. Its cosmic connection to the flames, the raiments, and this book bestows the necessary qualities for its bearer to prevail. Effortlessly sails the orb between the 3 in a triumvirate. It seeks the grasp of whosoever acts among the 3. Once grasped, the orb shall draw within it all the bearer's aura, fueled by the triumvirate's own flame. It is to be cast into the flame. In each rite we gain enlightenment, whether we prevail or we fail. Indeed, through failure do we tend to learn the most valued lessons, provided we survive. None among us have prevailed without end. Exiles who walk the path toward enlightenment shall at times be struck by an epiphany. Remy, get off of my desk.
Shall at times be struck by a Remy. He shall be cast from the desk into exile upon the chair.
Shall at times be struck by an epiphany and achieve mastery in some respect. Choose well amongst these blessings we bestow. Thus you may yet achieve your potential and surpass your adversaries. Whenever you prevail, your triumvirate earns favor. In time, the triumvirate with the most favor shall be summoned to the liberation rite to earn a chance at freedom. Then the cycle shall begin anew. The liberation rite takes place upon the fall of Soliam under a blooded moon, witnessed by the heralds from the stars. There, the most favored triumvirate shall confront the one which we appoint.
As Aaron says, 2 hours before I heard you say that. Surely it's a record. She was distracted.
Mm-hmm. These 2 triumvirates first shall pass through Scribe's Gate, where their worth shall be assessed under the stars. Only the most enlightened exiles within each triumvirate may be anointed for a chance at freedom. 2 of their companions shall support them whilst they strive. The anointed champion of the triumvirate which prevails then shall plunge into the Shimmer Pool and return in glory. Bertrude's decks. Unusual etched cards depicting the Greater Titans. Probably for curses and enchantments. Remy. Remy, get off of my desk.
Probably for curses and Remy's. I believe I should see a little bit about what she desires.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Well, now, okay.
Thank you.
Victory!
I need another drink. Sure, thanks.
Have a lower blast. The lime flavor comes from beneath or something, I don't know. Soda con limón.
You rise early that morning, though Bertrude is already awake. She scowls at you. Good morning, reader. Bertrude, I trust your stay has been not too uncomfortable. Nay, Sandalwood, the comforts of this place are not for us. Fly us forth from here to lower ground. Let us get on with all of this. The reader here shall do so once the group is ready. I thank you for your patience. Soaring far above Sklorian shore, you notice Pamitha gazing down at the frozen cliffs below. That damned place down there. I like it least of all, I think, among everywhere we've been. I'm thankful that there's been no reason to return. Reminds me of my home is all, the Highwing remnants. We all grew accustomed to the thinner air amid the cliffs that breaches the clouds above your commonwealth. But it was not the nicest place. Little wonder that my sister settled for a rather warmer base of operations in this land there by the nest of Trieste. Anyway, I'm pleased to have to spend as little time as possible near here. Let's fly on by and go about our business. Remy, you're kind of in the way.
Yeah, where's the cat opacity down? Name's lowering. Reduce the opacity.
The hidden glade of Lu is nigh impossible to find on foot, though there it lies below us, protected even now by the enchantment of Lu's Sklorian hundred lines. I understand the river named for him is rather famous by in your commonwealth. The mouth of that river Sklorian opens wide not very far from here. The largest river on the other side, which cascades down eternally into the downside. Begone to distant lands beneath our own, more suited to your kind. From the sentencing ceremony.
So, exiles find themselves in here.
It was near there that limbless Arazek was defeated, turning the region lush and livable, at least for certain denizens. Although, of course, not everyone believes this. Your adversaries, the Withdrawn, must be working to find their way there even now. Good fortune in your right against them, reader. Let's take some vocation time. Meow.
Maybe Black Basin. That was a joke. First tries.
Your wagon touches down in Black Basin, where you first met Volfred and Pamitha as well. You briefly wonder at what might have happened had your paths not crossed, as you consider what to do with the remains of the afternoon. Sup, Volfred? Volfred is poring over a copy of the Book of Rites as you approach. He looks up at you and smiles. The road to freedom, written in a book that hardly anyone believes exists, and fewer still can read and comprehend. Sometimes I marvel how absurd all of this is, my boy. Tell me something, though. I've spent so much time considering the book, but known so few with whom I could discuss it in much detail. You've had some time to turn through it by now, so what do you think? Worth all the fuss?
He skimmed it.
Find it fascinating. You tell Volfred the book has fascinated you and that you have never seen anything quite like it. He nods slowly as you describe your experience with it. I share the sentiment. To have in our possession a genuine artifact from a forgotten time, how much of it is exactly true and how much of it is the scribe's retelling of events? I find it endlessly fascinating. Ow! Remy. I find it endlessly fascinating to consider, I must admit. He puts away his copy of the book with care. It is amazing that these volumes have survived for all this time, I think. Whatever they are made of has withstood the ravaging effects of time quite well. And the ideas there contained, they remain rather provocative as well. To think that the Commonwealth disavows the existence of this book despite official recognition of the 8 scribes. Although the reasons why are in there, written plain, how fascinating that its secrets have been kept for all this time. Anyway, you'll have to excuse me for my extracurricular interests in its teachings. I used to teach a version of its history. To have access to the real thing has brought me some small pleasure. Let us be certain to preserve these volumes for whomever shall be next to use them. He turns his attention to other matters and bids you a good afternoon.
What you got, bud?
The continent we called Black Basin shall one day tear itself apart, arriving upon blackened molten crags tolerable only by the harp Triesta. We Trieste? We pressed onward toward a suffocating wood. This land felt to us somehow primordial, Deep in its roots and noxious crevasses lay innumerable clues as to its ancient history, but we had little time to excavate, for our supplies by then were thin. Further, we were lost. Our best attempts at circumnavigation all had failed. It was Luz Glorian who reached out at last unto the stars, and they revealed the way. Then we at last could see the sacred Mount Elodiel, there in the distance. You meet up with Jodariel, who suggested you go ranging with her through Needlefield.
That was what does raging. Take this bear shirt and join me.
There you are, reader. Let us go. Together you set out to explore the leaves and branches around the Black Wagon. You find little to speak of other than desolation typical of the downside. Nothing of note. Let us return. You and Jodariel make your way back to the wagon. Though uneventful, your search helped ease the burden weighing on you, and leaves you with time to pursue your vocations. Let's study.
Do you have to get them all to ring 2 before you can get glory?
I think so.
Because, yeah, I was wondering if it was implying if you needed one of each, or... Well, you do need one of each. I haven't got any celerity yet.
Yeah.
Huh.
Might need one of each to get one in glory, maybe?
Perhaps.
You concentrate on your knowledge of the 8 scribes and how together they composed the Book of Rites among their many feats. Inspiration comes to you in a flash, whether from the book or from within, you cannot tell. Celerity.
Everybody go fast! And we'll know the next time that comes up whether or not that unlocked glory.
On to the Glade of Lou.
Glade of Blue Ferrigno.
Lou Boo.
Page revealed, the Glade of Pooh.
Never have I witnessed an affront to nature, mine and everyone's, quite like the poisoned woods of limbless Arazak the Root Titan in his suffocating influence. I shall leave it to the boastful Underking to tell you more of Arazak's vanquishing, whilst I may tell you something of the glade that he protected, which became my own. For my own genealogy now occupies the soil there, and strives forevermore to prevent Arazak from taking root again. The brambles of the glade are constantly encroaching on themselves, then falling once again to dust. This miraculous cycle, reflected in the starlight piercing through the canopy, needs to be witnessed whenever the stars invite an audience. Hey, you guys, how long has it been since I last told you you're my favorite customers? Because I just wanted to remind you that is definitely true, okay? So come on in, I guess.
We got a whole scoop of Stardust available.
Scoop?
Scoopy Banoopy. 8 per rank there for 16.
Yeah, the smaller ones are definitely the cheaper ones, by, like, per unit. which is why I bought up the tiny ones. Now, when is Sandalwood going to actually join the team? Because you know he's gonna.
Yeah, you don't have his app.
Yeah.
He's a reader like you, but
He's not reading.
yeah, you're the one doing the reading, and presumably your character is not in good physical condition, and so it can only read. Also, I have to wonder how that Infernal Flowers cast explosion can't be used by harps or saps. Yeah, I have to wonder how that 20% cast explosion would interact with phase bouncy cast.
Oh, that would be interesting.
That seems like some chaos.
Oh, except it wouldn't work because those are each on talismans.
Oh, bouncy cast is not a talisman?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so I have a mastery. My bad. That's not something special for the moon touch sorts.
See you guys again sometime soon, maybe, okay? Because I gotta say, you're my favorite customers I had all week.
Does anyone else buy from you? How are you everywhere?
He travels. Maybe somehow he can read. Or at
Also,
least can read the stars.
Which slug is his father? The
Yes.
little red one he's holding, or the big red one he's riding on?
Who knows?
Like, which thing is he talking to? Is the big one his father, and the red one is the book he's reading? He's reading the slug. There's secret runes inscribed in the slime. It's a Mucal manuscript.
Ugh. The mood is more dour than usual as you make preparations for the coming rite. A hush has fallen over your fellow exiles, and a sense of dread hangs in the air. At least one of your companions is unfazed. We sense the influence of one of our own. She is nearby, her mind corrupted, calls out screaming. Canst thou hear it, perhaps? She speaks of Witch Udmilda, the adversary whom you expect to face this night. The witch, she doth revere an ancient god undying and unyielding on this land and on her consciousness. We may attempt an exorcism here, for the conditions are unique, and she may not be expecting us to be abetting ye. However, 'tis a risk, upon her mind and mine own, although a worthwhile risk, perhaps. Bertrude seems to think that Udmilda can be weakened somehow through the coming rite. Then the stars above begin to shimmer with their strange light.
Oh, cool, more titans.
There, the Star of Islak. Our adversary worships it and whom it represents. Fixate upon that star, reading one. If thou so darest, invoke its power. Do so, and our adversary Udmilda shall be emboldened, but also left vulnerable to our own sorceries. We may yet limit her ambitions thus. Okay.
What's the big whip-tailed goat thing?
Oh, that's, Archbeast Sungreens.
These lodges. Weird looking. What do you suffer from? Cunning and figurative. Star thing. This very skin was used to make your books.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that gross? I mean, I guess it's leather. Star leather. No, alien goo leather, I suppose.
The much vaunted reader has returned. And it would appear his ranks grow stronger. Consorting with the bog-crone Bertrude, are we? How very strange that you befriended her. At any rate, your adversaries in this fight shall be the withdrawn. Put out their flame and walk the path to liberty.
What have we here? Ye have returned once more unto our presence. We sense something among ye. Who? Bertrude slithers forth and gazes at her adversary. Thou maggot, we should have known. But Bertrude does not respond. Ye Nightwings, that one shall be of little benefit to ye. That one's sorceries are a mere pittance to the overwhelming might of Islach. Soon ye shall see. For some reason, doing that voice is hurting my neck. Hold a moment, reader. Not like my throat either, like back here. It's like making me tense up weird. The crone Bertrude slithers forth, wearing the raiments of the rites. Now that Bertrude is among our ranks, it would be best if you became familiar with her repertoire. You have no obligation to make use of her abilities, of course.
Yeah, but it's more fun to do so. It's a game after all.
Good Bertrude? Please show the reader something of your aptitude. We expect thou shalt be soon inclined to bring our sorceries to bear. Long have we studied these rites of thine. Let us show thee what we know of them thus far.
The bog-crone Bertrude shows herself in full. Though I have to wonder what became of her accomplices. Of one accomplice in particular. You watch yourself around her, reader. None are sentenced into exile without sufficient cause.
Yeah, I see little blinkies at the end there. She can't jump really this long.
No, that's what Pounce is.
Oh, Pounce is kind of it's an aggressive jump.
Here he found a ball.
And he took it over there. And knocked it under there. I sense part of the game is figuring out how to get it back up.
Mm-hmm.
It's astoundingly cute.
It really is.
Those cats would be irritated and frustrated by such difficulties, but he seems to be intentionally creating puzzles for himself to solve.
There. trying to get the timing down.
Now then, Reading One, know that our freedom is of little consequence to us. We side with ye because of Sandalwood, because of his plan. We shall aid ye in the rites, and we shall aid ye in that plan. Thus we are at thy disposal, and await thy bidding.
The garbage disposal needs repair.
Reading One, thou invoketh the Star of Islak, so then beware. Through our sorceries shall Udmilda be cast into a hopeless doubt about her faith upon her god. It shall be done if we prevail, but only if. Our own mind shall perhaps be forfeit otherwise.
It seems that through the outcome of this rite, either Udmilda shall be permanently weakened, or Bertrude shall instead.
Who shall conduct the rite?
She comes equipped with quite a bit of inspiration. Maybe while looking at notes. See what they're doing. Frozen soul. Right, quantification. Rude.
Very rude.
Meter blast. Yes, well, I hold the lower blast, so what now? Southern Bogwitch.
And 2 imps. Most damage from fleeing. And same.
Same message.
Uh-huh.
Y'all.
Yaul. Most bog crones kept to themselves, but Udmilda was always brazen in her disregard for Commonwealth doctrine and values. Okay, that's just exactly what it said before.
I believe it described. Wait, what did it say about her crime? I think you said madness. Motive madness.
Madness.
Crime paganism.
Bertrude. Sir Gilman. It is done.
A fearsome adversary is a worthy one. Let us stand tall. Now then, Nightwings, ye wish to mock ye slack? Ye in your infinite foolishness shall be among the first to suffer.
Begin.
Oh, shoot. Dang it. Ah, damn it. No! No!
Nightwings. A pyre has been scathed.
Ah, damn it. Whee! No, no. Caught! Yeah.
Righteous fire.
One of our own. Seeketh ye the lifeblood for thyselves, yes. Ye wretched witch. Tampering with the eldritch forces of which ye knowest not, ye forfeit everything for an abomination from the stars. Quaint. We thought perchance ye sought the true enlightenment, yet ye reveal yourselves to be as narrow as the things with which ye now consort. Islak shall devour ye all as the rest.
Ah, the foul witch Udmilda.
No!
That she served the scribes as
No!
faithfully as the monstrosity which she adores.
The orb sails forth into the flame. Well cast.
Wrong button.
Good.
No! Too slow. No!
But how?
No!
Stand not in glory's path.
Nah. Gotcha. No.
None left unscathed. Conceal it.
Why didn't that work? Oh no.
That was a dirty trick. You have the orb implosion.
The orb has left your clutches. Glory! In the name of Solium Myrrh. Almost. It was a crushing blow against their power. Now go on, just once more. Now go!
Nope. No, 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 no.
Contempt. They simply threw it in.
He simply threw it in.
Yes, Mouse Man, that's something you can do.
Nope.
With that one, I feel rather angry.
That didn't work. Damn it.
Tis taken.
Yeah! No!
So close.
And it is done. The Nightwings prevail.
That was rough.
Their adversaries must be rather shaken after that. The right is ended.
And it's not a timer, so you're free to take your time as needed.
Yeah. How can this be? How can this be? Islak! Answer us! Islak! Islak! Which Udmilda continues with her screaming, having been defeated in the right. You observe Bertrude there, fixed in her meditative pose. There, Udmilda. Relent. Relent. Thy God has not abandoned thee, because thy God is dead. Thy God is dead. Pray to him all thou likest, yet it shall do thee no good. As Bertrude recedes into the shadows, Udmilda slumps down, staring at nothing before her. Impossible. This cannot be. Answer us. Answer us. Udmilda suffered -5 hope permanently.
What if you can rescue her by doing that repeatedly?
Boundless are the teachings of the scribes. Witness the rites firsthand and be inspired. The ancient crone called Bertrude opened up her eyes.
Thus does our grasp of ancient sorceries grow ever stronger still. Okay, what do we have? Passions of the Wild Witch versus Sorceries of the Southern Bogs. Well, Bertrude's Pyre has less damage. Okay, so that's that tree. Oh! So, maintain lead or
Rubber band.
rubber band. Rubber band seems safer.
Where do the trees go?
Yeah. Aeroblast arcs at a wide angle. Faster Aeroblast is good. Ooh,
We just have shooting on fire.
yeah.
Regain all stamina by pouncing on something.
What?
Wait, she turns them into howlers. Used to say Fraggle 4.
I think I prefer this tree. More defensive. Ugh.
The secrets of the Wild Witch revealed. until the stars align.
After defeating the Withdrawn with aplomb, you return to the wagon to find Volfred and the lone minstrel in the midst of conversation. Most strange that this one star should be illuminated now. This is not what I expected. Nor I, Volfred, sir. Then Volfred notices you there. Reader, Tariq and I observed a strange occurrence in the sky is all. It appears that the star of Kaelmer Rope Collar is illuminated now. The first exiles came to these lands not by force, but by heeding the Rope Collar's deceptions. The traitorous former aide to the Emperor, his actions inadvertently led the 8 scribes to find each other. It is but another star, except our models and predictions of the cosmos did not anticipate this. Anyway, go see for yourself. I shall make the wagon ready in the meantime. You see only a single shining star illuminated far above. It is just as Volfred indicated. The rogue star burns bright over an isolated little island in the Sea of Solace. Ignarius is already on his way. Then we are summoned to the Isle of Kaelmer, deep within the Deathless Tempest. According to the stars, the next rite shall soon commence here. The traitor Kaelmer Ropecollar fled to the strange isle and met a fitting end. Have you been there before, Tariq? So long ago I scarce recall the time, only the scent. It is the place from whence the creatures native to this land sprang forth. Reader, let's not concern ourselves with superstitions held about that place. We'll set forth at dawn and soon see for ourselves what to make of it.
That's where the imps are from, right? Alright. New pages.
You are unaccustomed to seeing Bertrude smiling, and yet there she is doing just that. You soon see why. You have observed before how her manner seems to soften to the degree it can whenever Volfred is around. If only I could have seen their faces then. What was your secret, dare I ask, dear Bertrude? It appears that they are reminiscing about old times in the Commonwealth. Flame-resistant inks, Sandalwood. 'Twas the inks themselves which kept those volumes from being burnt to ash. Flame-resistant inks. Of course, the good officers who came to visit, they were so intent on burning all the evidence, they did not stop to think the evidence was fireproof. Alas, that they later found a way to burn thy stamping press regardless. Thy written words, they moved us many times, and many others whom we knew there in the southern bogs. No matter, dear Bertrude. What's done is done. At least we made it difficult for them, is that not so? While introducing some of our fellow citizens to new ideas. Perhaps. My words would not have reached near half as many were it not for you, not to mention how I managed to elude them for another decade or so. I am ever thankful for your sacrifice. Thy thanks shall not be necessary, Sandalwood. Well, you shall have to take them from me anyhow. Thank you, Bertrude, for helping to fulfill a modest author's dreams. What good's a stamping press without good inks? No good at all. They exchange a laugh at this, but then, even still and through this new ordeal, thou hast no love for us, is that not so? Bertrude. Nay, We understand full well. Thou needst not further explain thyself. There are different kinds of love, Bertrude. On that account, thou hast nothing to teach us, Sandalwood. They each remain silent for a time. Our hearts, they cannot be controlled, Bertrude. Blasted things they are, they act well on their own. He puts away his pipe. I am blessed to have you in my life, back in the Commonwealth and here as well. I mean that, although I know that it is not enough. At first, Bertrude does not seem to acknowledge this in any way, but then... Nay, Sandalwood, it is enough. It is enough. She departs without awaiting a response, brushing past you as she goes. Volfred soon turns away as well, politely bidding you a good evening. The two old friends have evidently managed their way past certain tensions in their long-standing relationship. They rather seem to draw a certain strength from one another. Magma Mug provides a bit of warmth on cold nights and something at which to nod and stare. The foul name of the Star Titan is written here but once. Do not invoke it, lest you aid its reawakening. It sups upon despair and fear and doubt, and lands such as our own. 'Twas our mighty mistress Melith which tracked the astral-born monstrosity within its loathsome pit, where it lay nursing wounds sustained from traveling across the stars in search of simple prey. The wicked Astralborn could drive a lesser creature to the brink of sanity with a mere passing glance, but not Melith. She cast upon the fiend 100 words of binding, each one more binding than the last. With the creature's incandescent skin we bound this book, and bound ourselves unto the stars. The withdrawn did spawn forth from the wild witch, Melith, in whose vigilant pursuit of the unknown and the unknowable I always felt a certain kinship. Whether the withdrawn were Melith's kin by blood or merely worshippers, we trusted one another not to ask or care. What mattered was that Melith chose the most audacious minds, who stopped at nothing short of the impossible. Though ever distant, the withdrawn revealed to us such truths about the land which long lay hidden, even to one such as I. Their knowledge ever waking into newfound depths of consciousness, they lead us all to better know ourselves. Volfred joins you as you soar high above the storm-ravaged waters, on approach to the infamous Isle of Kaelmer. Of the downside celestial landmarks, the traitor Kaelmer rope collar reflected this strange and bright. Among its cursed qualities, it seems this wretched storm means I cannot rightly smoke. One of the downside's small misfortunes, I suppose. The wagon's drive imps seem not to mind, at least. In fact, they seem more animated now than usual, sir. Perhaps they feel some sort of connection to this place. Tariq, do you suppose the Tempers were able to make it here intact? They ought to have seen it in the stars, though we soon shall know for certain. That we shall. Take us in, please, reader. Teeming with fish. Or that Sir Gilman may gain a deeper understanding of the rites. That sounds more important. You make landing within the Deathless Tempest, far west of where you first breached through to the shores beyond. You wonder which sort of celestial landmark lies hidden amid these waters, though for now you have some time left before continuing onward. Let's check the book. Ooh. And the sparkly. Tiny Tempest. Entertaining, but would unleash calamity if ever it were to be unbottled.
What? I don't know. It might unleash calamity in a magnitude of that of a teacup.
We waited for the Deathless Tempest to subside. We waited, but the Underking, he merely laughed and laughed, for the Deathless Tempest does not subside. What lies beneath that stretch of sea to cause such an upheaval is best left to myth and speculation. We made passage nonetheless through sorceress aid and fortune, scarce seeing the surrounding environs. We did detect a landform to the west. Soliam Mur detected there the presence of the treacherous aid who lured him into exile, and then followed him in turn. Mur, in his wisdom, thought it best to be avoided. At last did we arrive on distant lands, though seeing them provided little comfort. Having reached the Barb Reef, an old exposed reef on the coast of the Isle of Kaelmer. It used to go by Barbara, but decided Barb sounded much less formal. Really?
Barbara Reef. Dumb.
You decide to accompany Sir Gilman for a walk among the steady currents. Your conversation soon turns to matters of the rites, which you discuss at length. If what you say is true, Master Reader, then this knight truly has much more to understand. By the time you return to the wagon, you sense he gained a deeper understanding of it all. Enlightenment. Almost.
Chunk, too.
Yeah.
Nearly level 4. Get that third mastery. What's up, Dylan?
Excuse me. Sir Gilman is fuming in anger over something, so much so that you are hesitant to approach him. But you approach him anyway. Exile is too light a sentence for this night! He notices you and seizes up. He begins acting rather nonchalant, as though his outburst did not just transpire. Oh, greetings to you, noble Master Reader. What brings you to this night this afternoon? Is everything all right? Such a venting of emotion is uncommon, even for the likes of this particular Worm Knight. You maintain a gentle tone with him and ask whether there is something he might wish to discuss. Sir Gilman perhaps could benefit from talking through his woes. He stands there for a time, silent and dejected, but then... Master Reader, this knight cannot escape the horrors of his past. It seems that you would hear them. Then you have this knight's apologies ahead of time for burdening you further with his troubles. Having said that, here then are the troubles you requested. You are, of course, familiar with the siege of the Spiral Sanctum. For this night, the memory of it is like a wound which will not close. This knight stood there on the front lines whilst the Highwing remnants descended upon us. So furious was their assault that our chain of command was ruptured instantly. We of the Sea Dominion, we require orders to perform our duty. Without such orders, why, we surely made a very easy target there that eve. 1 by 1, then 2 by 2, they picked us off, becoming bolder, some of them shrieking with laughter all the while. This night, he saw his comrades cast aside like sea flies. How this knight survived, he does not know for certain even now. Perhaps it was that he attempted to pursue and to detain his own knight commander, whom you met when you first met this knight. That cursed Sir Deluge. If not for his craven cowardice, the Spiral Sanctum, it might have held at least a while longer. But instead we were routed, rendered spineless both in form and deed. Sir Deluge was first to turn and flee as our chain of command crumbled. And as for this knight, he failed to catch his knight commander. He must have looked a coward too. Thus came the time for penance, and this knight, why, he insisted on the only course of action reasonable. He insisted on the sentence to the downside. And as you can plainly see, his wish was then fulfilled. How absurd that he should re-encounter his old knight commander here soon after. Thus did this knight become obliged once more to Sir Deluge. We took to the waters in the Sea of Solace, where soon we met the Pyre Hearts, a triumvirate exclusive to our kind. It was plain to see that they lacked wherewithal, and Sir Deluge, they thought he could provide it, the leadership they sought, and his was too much of a coward, to decline. As for this knight, being of the Sea Dominion, he had little choice but to comply, or so at first he thought. When he encountered you and the Nightwings, something awakened within him. With so little honor left to lose and so much left to gain, it became eminently clear that this knight stood a better chance within your ranks than those of Sir Deluge. And there is little left to say. This knight cannot escape his past, and yet he chooses to believe that he was spared that day not merely by coincidence. Perhaps Under King Aureus yet has plans in store in which this knight may play a part. This knight, he clings, however vainly, to that hope. He slithers away, his head bowed low. It seems best to leave him be for now. You sense he feels relieved at having shared all this. A messenger imp tracks you down on in the boundless waters of the deathless tempest to bring you news and rumors from the other side. This report's subject is Tamitha, blood sister to Pamitha and stoic leader of the Essence. She was liberated at the fall of Soliam, her transgressions all forgiven upon her return. And yet old enmities remained in spite of Commonwealth tradition, or because of them. Tamitha found herself held up in many rounds of questioning, each less informal than the last. All concerned the movements of her sisters in the Highwing remnants. Refusing to cooperate, Tamitha demanded safe passage to her native lands, yet remains detained. She holds that her own blood sister must have thwarted her once more.
How?
Meanwhile, the Essence are refusing to conduct the rites with any other race and have not found a suitable replacement. You suspect you shall not face them in the rites again. As you finish reciting the imp's message, you take notice of Pamitha's reaction. I'm worse than dead to her by now, I think. Nonetheless, I'm grateful she's returned, and I'll try to hold out hope she'll be the wiser for it. You thank the messenger imp for delivering its news, and let it make good use of some of the Black Wagon's facilities, before watching as it flutters off toward the horizon.
It's got an imp bathroom, doesn't it? Yeah.
Your wagon shudders to a halt at the Isle of Kaelmer. Bizarre outcroppings give it a forbidding feel. In the distance, you hear odd gibbering noises that sound like drive imps? The traitor Kaelmer Rope Collar. Whereas he brought about our empire's fall, whereas he nearly claimed the life of our dear Soliam, we forgive him. We have forgiven him, we give a certain thanks to him, for he has played a vital part in the Star's plan. If not for him, then we, the Eight, would never have aligned. We never found the Rope Collar. He fled into the sea, towards an isle which we knew well to avoid. 'Twas there, we think, that Kaelmer's tattered mantle finally did him in, among the wild imps. Should the stars ever converge above that isle, it shall be to signify that their long dance across the skies is drawing to a close. Oh, guys, how'd you find me all the way out here? I mean, this is for extra special customers. I'm only joking, You're the only customers I got. Got you again, only joking about that too, because I got tons of customers. It's just they already bought a lot of stuff today, so they're not here, okay? Anyways, I just got in a little something here, which maybe you'll be into. Been hearing about these little numbers for a while. Come check them out. Jeweled band. 2 presence, 2 quickness, and 2 hope.
Briefly eating infinite stamina. Only has a rune band. Gold enchanted ring never found far from its plans. Humber looking cover.
And ruin band. Same thing.
More attractive counterpart.
Thinking these things are supposed to be for a couple of lovebirds, know what I mean? But anybody could probably use them, provided they was to buy them off of me. I was gonna get them for myself, but anyways, let me know if you want them. $1 gold.
Or 89 gold if you want both.
Oh yeah. I'm more just remarking at the fact that it was so close to.
I mean, those are pretty good stats. That may be like a full upgrade to a talent that you have currently.
Yeah.
2 presents, 2 hope, and 2 salad.
2 salad.
Yeah, is it 2 quickness?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a full upgrade from the tailwind from that.
I guess I'll go ahead and sell this one. And yeah, selling the tailwind makes sense too.
It's just not as good as one of those rings.
White eyes. Or is perhaps his dad up above him?
There's a 4th slug.
Is he even a slug? He's got like the protrusions on his face, but
And he and the red guy look kind of like slug people.
so maybe the red one is his dad.
They're snail goblin guys. I don't know. They're weird. They're strange. I don't know what their deal is.
Okay.
All them glide ties.
All them guaitais.
Well, at least you won't complain about you not buying anything this time.
Yep. That's how you get a repeat customer there, Dad. You give him a deal. Okay. Commence the rite. Typically, Jodariel is always among the first to start making preparations for the rites, just as soon as you arrive amid such places as the dark waters of the Isle of Kaelmer. This time, however, she does not assist the others. She has not even donned the raiments. Your concern is noted, reader, but it is misplaced. It is only that the one we are to face this time, Ignarius. We denied his liberty before. It seems almost cruel to set him further back. How absurd that I should even care. It is simply that I seldom see those with features similar to mine, those who have survived here long enough to earn their horns. I shall go now to prepare. Soon it is nightfall, and the stars begin to shine.
What fights like?
Limbless Erzek.
Yeah. It has. The tab's gone.
A glorious eve to you as ever, O you exiles of the Nightwings. The 8 scribes dragged you all the way into the blasphemous Isle of Kaelmer. Here you are to be surrounded by even more gibbering nitwits than usual. The adversaries you are to confront shall be the Tempers. Extinguish now their pyre, and glory shall be yours. Now, prepare yourselves.
This looks like an actual sports field. Hey, if it isn't Curly Horns. Surprised they didn't let you out already. Not that I'm complaining. Was hoping I'd run into you again. See, when you've been stuck in here for, about 14 years, not that I'm counting or anything, you gain some appreciation for the simple stuff, you know? Bit of cool breeze, a solid meal. Anyway, it's good to see you in one piece is all. Jodariel removes her mask and stares at him. Why are you doing this? We have a rite to conduct. Yeah, well, I've conducted a lot of rites, you know. Fat lot of good it's done for me. Yet here you are again. Yeah, anyway. He throws on his mask. Guess we better get things started. Our kind, we got a reputation to uphold. Jodariel watches him for several moments, then rejoins your group. Our adversary, Ignarius. His heart is not in this. You should be able to prevail against him without difficulty.
Who shall conduct the rites? Anytime.
Frumta. Wait, what? Oh, interesting. His team has 4 members, of which he's only fielding 3.
That's fair. You got like what?
Mm-hmm. It's also a very mixed team. Oh, that's the thing. I've only got one person who doesn't have a legendary. Thing. Yeah, talisman. That's the word. Double jump. Okay. I think I want to bring her. Story-wise, it makes sense to field Jodariel.
Jodariel.
And Bertrude could use the XP. The Enlightenment. Although I could also use someone fast. And I haven't played with Ruki in a while.
The choice is cast.
The bigger they are and all that. Let's do this, people. Bring it on then, Nightwings. Let's see you beat me again. As the rite commences, the imps throughout the cavernous area roar with excitement. Our struggles and our plan, mere entertainment to those lonesome creatures. Begging your pardon, sir, The imps of the Isle are quite passionate about the rites. Just now they offered a bounty in soul if our triumvirate proves worthy. They would pay us? In exchange for what exactly? And where did they get the soul, for that matter? My understanding is they wish to see us perform various feats of glory. As for the source of their wealth, who can say how much soul lies lost within the sea? Flashy displays of mastery in the rites which certain types of imps are willing to pay to see. Reader, it may seem beneath you, but the opportunity is real if the soul could be of benefit. Indeed. Then, reader my boy, it is yours to decide if entertaining these sad creatures is a justifiable distraction during these affairs. We trust your judgment. Now let us not distract you further here. Henceforth you shall be tasked with feats of glory in the rites. Salute the imps.
Commence. You have it. Glory to the Night Wings, first of all. Glory to the scribes.
You ain't half bad there, Curly Horns, you know. Shame we're on opposite sides like this and all, fighting over who gets out of here. Back home, I would have just walked up and bought us both a drink. I would have punched you in the mouth. That's what I like about you, Curly Horns. You hate my guts as much as I do. Now come on, let's see you stomp me one more time, just like you Nightwings did up on that mountaintop.
And the fading glory of the great Tignarius. These days he... Ouch.
Oops.
Your demon is banished.
No.
A rather cunning trick. Perhaps you are unworthy.
No. Dropped. No. No. That wasn't the announcer, I don't think. Oh.
Exchange. Rookie plunged into their fire. Do you believe you can prevail in this? My. Where
No.
did the Nightwings go? Did that one throw it in? Your adversary's pyre now burns brighter than your own. A banishment. Their pyre sputters. The Nightwing's pyre burns brighter for now.
No. Damn it.
Struggle all you like, reader.
Gotcha. No.
Most foul.
Ow.
This is the road to ruin.
No.
Banished. Such wealth.
The imps grow more and more agitated with each passing moment. Some start spilling onto the sacred grounds. I hate these things. Go on, get out of here. We're in the middle of something here.
This is a sacred tradition, not some boorish spectacle.
And it is done. The Nightwings prevail again. I thought for certain they would not. The rite is done.
Well, Curly Horns, what can I tell you? Guess you Nightwing still got a spring in your step. You could have prevailed. Why did you hold back? Ha! You really want to know there, huh? Indulge me. Sure. You free tomorrow night? Jadariel scoffs at this. She dons her mask. Then she turns and walks away from him without another word. Ignarius simply stands and stares. Damn.
What stirs now in the hearts of all these exiles?
The rite awoke great understanding within Ruki.
You know, with all this rights business, there's been this one real fancy move that I've been mulling for a while, and I think I finally got how I could pull it off.
Oh, that's actually fairly powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, usually someone jumps into Pyre, they're fully gone until next time. I'm disappointed I missed how that particular battlefield looked. Elevated sports stadium?
Uh-huh.
Full of cheering imps?
Well, it not like with the seating, but it looked like a sports field.
Okay, so there were like imps in the stands, like in the walls.
There were, like, giant imps on the field.
That's not what they showed.
Giant imps.
Uh-huh.
Is that not one small?
It sounds like one, doesn't it?
Big little guys. Well, you can have giant for something that is normally small. Like, there are giant mice, for instance, they're huge for mice, but they're about twice the size of an ordinary mouse, which is still smaller than the average rat.
Until the stars align.
Damn. Huh? Someone's there, sneaking around. Show yourself already. She stands there for a moment, saying nothing. Then, this was a mistake. She leaves him just as soon as she arrived. Hey, hold up! Curly Horns, wait! Wait. She keeps him waiting there. Ignarius just shakes his head. And he keeps waiting. For there's little else for him there in the downside. He keeps waiting, but not for very long. Not for very long.
We get it, Jadariel Sundari. Instead of twin tails, she's got two horns. You're right, baby, that was a bad joke.
After you and your fellow exiles prevailed against the Tempers, you find the lone minstrel tending to one of your own. Pamitha seems to be unwell, although you cannot yet sense why. How are you feeling, madam? Can't hardly move my wings at all right now. It's like I'm terribly exhausted all of a sudden. I see. Then please do not exert yourself, or try.
You have mononucleosis.
The lone minstrel motions for you to come closer. Reader, Pamitha appeared rather disoriented, and more fatigued than usual, reported feeling not entirely present, symptoms of banishment sickness, an ailment suffered by those who frequently conduct the rites, debilitating but fleeting. The sense of loss and isolation during banishment sometimes extends beyond that time. She should soon be able to take part in light activities, I think, but under no circumstance shall she be able to conduct the coming rite. Now then, I ought not keep you from the stars above. Please, go and have a look at them, for all of us, I think, are anxious to depart this place. The stars yet shine for you, revealing various paths forward. Yeah, let's go face the dissidents. We're, going to be butting heads against old Barker again, are we, chum? Guess it helps to know ahead of time so I can brush up on my groveling.
You don't need to grovel before his dumbbars. You're probably far more enlightened than he is.
He then shares with you what his knows of your next opponent. Barker Ashpaws, a volatile cur whose pack, the Dissidents, conduct the rites more so for thrill than freedom. Back on the other side, Barker never quite took to the culture of the Commonwealth and often ran afoul of the law for various acts of boorishness or vandalism.
Sounds like you should have started a punk band. Listen to that.
He always promised to go straight, and in time he found a certain niche, for he was an accomplished hunter, and the people of the Commonwealth did have an appetite. Barker relished the hunt more than anything, and spent his earnings on a variety of questionable things. One particularly raucous evening, Barker was caught relieving himself on the foot of the statue of the Archjustice Androboles IV, the Grand Judge who, in 617 AS, issued a decree prohibiting literacy in answer to growing unrest. Those who violate the law of the Commonwealth face sentencing by the appointed Archjustice. And that was the end of his citizenship.
I would pee on that statue, too.
Mm-hmm.
I pee on that statue on a nightly basis.
On the downside, it seems he caught the notice of the dissidents, who in turn must have observed his speed, ferocity, and fearlessness. He is now the best of them. Barker's reputation grew among the exiled curs of the Jomur Valley region, where he is feared and unafraid of taking what he wants. Not long after they flushed me down, I was just trying to make ends meet and made a deal with him. In hindsight, let's just say it was a bad idea. He could make my life go real sour if he wants. Anyways, I better go pass out. We got a long few days ahead. We wish Ruki a restful evening in turn. It is too late to take flight, though tomorrow you can press on.
But
He thought Ruki was trying to get your attention, but soon realized his attention is fixated on somebody else. Hey, Mom, would you hand me a drink, please? Thanks. Might I assist you with something there, Mr. Greentail? Ruki has not struck you as the sort to ever be at a loss for words, and yet... no, I was just, trying to see if maybe... Pamitha gives a laugh, not in an unkind way. At ease, Ruki, darling. You should know I have no immediate plans to snatch you up and eat you for a snack, if that was your concern.
Did you have to put the word immediate in there? Was that necessary, Pamitha?
No, it's It's just, thank you.
Maybe later. I'm full right now.
What is it then, Look, I got this really stupid question here, been bugging me is all. It's just, us curs, we don't have many run-ins with you folks, and so... What is your really stupid question, Rookie darling? Okay, here goes. How come you always wear that hat? Pamitha remains silent for a time, then...
I think so.
This helm was given to me by my blood sister on the night of my first kill. Slowly she reaches for the helm. Rookie Greentail, this helm, it means nothing to me now. I want you to keep it. What?
She has a severe case of elm hair.
Then Pamitha begins to laugh again. Come on, Rookie darling. You've got to stop being so serious around me all the time. I don't bite. Besides, we seem to make a decent enough team out there, I think. You're pretty quick. Rookie laughs rather sheepishly. All right, you got me pretty good there, sister. So, that stuff you said about the hat, then? Total nonsense. Mostly. I just happen to like it. So, you're saying I can't keep it? If I get out of here before you, Mr. Greentail, it's all yours. It's a deal. He skitters off before Pamitha can respond. She simply shrugs at you and smiles.
Well, that was silly.
Mm-hmm. Myr, the Horned One, formed the Tempers upon his own ideals. Ingrained in this triumvirate are basic truths about the dual roles of strength and gentleness. The Horned One, he has had a dualistic nature for as long as he and I considered each a friend. The stories I am told about Myr's youth describe no one I know. All of us are capable of more. I once was an imp that could not write. Myr once was a man that could not think. The Tempers once were ordinary folk. Now they rise to greatness. Always striving, never overreaching. They are not like Myr himself. Rather, they are what Myr wished he could be.
They seek to be tempered, if you will.
Take off, eh? Alright, Tizo. 1 minute. I'll be right back.
I swear, if he's going for fish again. Are you little? Say a little infamous fish. it is due to be servicing.
Dear Beans. Okay, I'm back. What's on your mind, Jodariel? Jodariel has seemed more reserved even than usual since her confrontation with Ignarius and the Tempers. Nonetheless, she addresses you. Tell me something, reader. Back where you came from, did you have someone whom you considered close? I feel like this character did not have someone. You tell Jodariel that you had nobody close enough to be worth mentioning back in the Commonwealth. She shows no reaction to this, but you can tell that she is listening. I see. I led a solitary life as well, though for a time I had someone. It is something which did not end well, but there were times... She trails off. We had our times. She looks up at you then. That Ignarius. He is a base fool. We have not a thing in common save a set of horns. Yet, here I am drawing comparisons with how I felt at times back in the Commonwealth while speaking to you of him. I'm a little old to be having such thoughts, reader, especially in a place such as this. Thank you for your time. Do not reveal this to the others. It is a trifling matter and not to be of anyone's concern. Especially not mine.
Ignatius's apparent feelings towards her definitely seem like a potential source of character growth for him.
Yeah.
In fact, I think he's already had some. Or at the very least, she's exposed to the softer side of him.
Mm-hmm. You suggest to her that Ignarius may not be as bad as he seems. You sense his feelings are sincere. Jodariel says nothing at first, but then she simply says, I appreciate that. She departs with a nod.
He's a doof and a bit of a cretin, but he seems to be undergoing growth. Which is literally what the scribes intended.
Mm-hmm.
There's a page in the book that straight up says it. In gold and black, I guess? Black and white is not the term. What'd you find, Tizo?
The little imp Tizo's keen sense for things now takes you far into the murky waters of Ragged Rock. Keeping up with him proves difficult at times. The north current towards Stormwall passes by old carcasses of ships long gone. Harry. Harry's playing, and it's cute.
And skittering, and it's weird. You like knocked the ball one way and then ran away from it. Came back.
Hey, Harry, why don't you sit up here?
Late night zoomies are a sign that a cat needs more time with a feather wand. I know he's learned better than to use his claws on the tile. Is he intentionally drifting for fun?
All of a sudden, he begins to hop and screech. For half a second, my brain ran those last few words together, and
Screech!
I saw like he begins to hopscotch. Like, what? Tizo wants you to help him dig up something right under his feet.
I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to put hops in scotch.
Yeah, that sounds like probably a bad idea.
Let's take this whiskey and make it bitter.
You begin to dig in the vicinity and soon uncover something long since buried, perhaps for someone such as you to find. Vengeful Vow. You sense its hidden power.
Oh, that! Freaking, what's his deluge?
Yeah.
Abused that. Tasty.
Mm-hmm.
Also, is its power really hidden? It's like written on there somehow. When you tell it does, it's powerful. And since it's got a number that high, percentile increases from Stardust is probably noticeable.
Alright. Onward to the Hulk.
Okay, how much money did you make by entertaining the imps? What do they want you to do?
Oh, I didn't manage to do what they wanted me to do.
What do they want you to do?
They wanted me to, banish, do a double banish aura cast.
Aw, stinky, you've done that so many times.
I've done that a handful of times.
You've done it over a dozen times.
Not that many.
Sometimes they walk into it.
Sometimes they do. That's about the only time that it happens, is when they walk into it.
And I'll bet if you're using phase crazy bounce casts, it would happen a little more frequently from just moving unpredictably. Especially if you unleash your inner mini golf player.
Tizo. You observe Tizo rummaging about the black wagon as though in search of something. He notices you there and rushes up to greet you. Tizo is glad that you are here. He was just reminiscing about old times. But just as quickly, he resumes his search. Tizo is looking for something a former exile of the Nightwings once gave him. He is growing frustrated that the object he seeks is nowhere to be found. You almost do not notice the lone minstrel's approach. I'm afraid that it is gone, Tizo. I'm very sorry. Reader, it is nothing that ought to be of cause for much concern, merely that Tizo has misplaced something of sentimental value to him. It was just a spare bandage, he indicates, exactly like the one on his horn. Tizo here has had many adventures with the Nightwings. Is that not so, Tizo? He squawks in approval. Those memories shall always stay with you. Is that not what matters most of all? He confirms this as well. Then please do not worry yourself about it anymore. It is a symbol of a distant past besides. Tizo skulks away up into the rafters. The lone minstrel watches him go. The object that he seeks does not exist, reader. Tizo searches for it from a fleeting memory of his days with the Nightwings of the past. He performed the regular duties of other drive imps at first, but soon distinguished himself. I was none too surprised. He was clearly special. He had grown close with the other members of the Nightwings when misfortune fell, and the triumvirate fell apart. Perhaps Volfred has revealed to you more of the details. As for Tizo, I feel he must make peace with the shadows of his past somehow. Perhaps then he shall cease searching. You need not worry for him, of course. He is resilient, and shall always serve the Nightwings well. You might say that he was born for it.
You might say that it was Maybelline.
Begging your pardon, reader. The lone minstrel excuses himself in his polite way, leaving you to consider what he said.
You sparkling about Russell?
Russell?
He seems to be descended from the most famous imp of them all.
Okay.
Wait, did it seriously say crime none, motive not applicable?
For who?
Gilman?
Yeah.
Yep.
He basically took the fall for Sir Deluge.
How unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
Deluge was not worthy of such a sacrifice.
Nope. Oh, hey, you guys. You know, you just missed some other customers, and I sold them some of my best stuff. Not better than the stuff I sell to you, but if you run into some guys with good stuff, you know where they got it.
You got the stuff.
They got the good stuff.
Hey, look, more snuff.
Bunch of stardust. I can't afford anything.
Just a cheese load of stardust. Just so much.
Cheese load. Be seeing you around then, Also, why is he called Falcon Ron if he's a slug?
That's a question. Is it Falcon Ron or Falconer Ron?
It's Falcon Ron.
So it's not like he does falconry with the red slug that he holds out.
No.
So you keep
Maybe it's because he hawks his wares.
Something cute is that thing.
Aww. Vince is grooming Harry.
But a hawk and a falcon are two, like, opposite kinds of bird.
Opposite?
Opposite kinds of rapper, I suppose. But they they raptor in quite different ways. Hawks, eagles, and falcons. They got different hunting techniques. And then there's kites, but kites are weird.
Let's go fly a kite.
They fly really freaking high and practically have two tails. Weird birds.
As you await the stars, a form dressed in the raiments of the rites approaches you and Volfred. You at first presume it for one of your next adversaries, the Dissidents. But he cannot be one of them. Beside you, Volfred starts, something you have never seen him do. You observe that the colors he wears, an inverse. You observe the colors that he wears, an inverse of the Nightwings. Volfred Sandalwood. It has been a while. No, this cannot be.
The day wheels?
Day wheels?
Yeah, the inverse of the Nightwings.
The demon unfastens his mask.
Is he gonna say day legs?
Day legs.
That's just weird. I don't like the thought of it. It's like the Isle of Man or something.
It can.
Greetings, whoever the hell you are.
You perished. I watched you fall.
Oh.
You did. I grieved for years, yet now you live. I do. Although these horns, they grew long ere I could walk again. Unbelievable. Then, why are you here now, Oralek? You know full well, Volfred, to reclaim what is mine by right. The demon Oralek leaves without another word, just as the stars above burst to life and seem to set the sky aflame.
Oh, cool, another Titan.
Time Singer Harn.
Time Singer Han.
Extra stamina against the speedy boys is probably not a good idea. Path toward enlightenment compels you forward. If you do not prevail in a riot, learn what you can from it and press on.
Reader, what lunacy is this? 'Twould appear the Nightwings are to stand against themselves this time around. This is a mutiny, in violation of the sacred law.
What?
The exile whom you face, Oralek. Long ago he had his chance, and he relinquished it. He cannot simply claim it now. And I cannot preside over this nonsense. Good night.
What happened to the dissidents? The stars showed me we were to face the stars showed we were to face them. They must have suffered a misfortune of some sort. Tampering with the stars' designs is not permitted, Oralek. Cheating the worthy of their rightful liberty is not permitted either, Volfred. You must know I took no part in that betrayal. Search your heart. Oralek says nothing for a time. Then, Where are your raiments, Wolfred? I have refused to wear them since, in show of solidarity to you. And to elude the voice, I would suppose. Yes, that too.
The device had a penchant for making fun of him.
I see. You were never very good at this anyway. We shall see if that new lot of yours is any better. You cannot be serious. What sense is there in us standing against each other? But Orlek puts on his mask and stands ready. I shall crush this lot of yours, Wolfred. You shall see that I am not so easily discarded, and you shall not deny my liberty again. Reader, the adversary whom we face, Orlek, he is not one to back down. He was very experienced in the rites, even at the time, and so, beware. There was no one in his day who could prevail against him, and he appears even stronger now. I wish I had more valuable advice to give in this. I wish I had foreseen this.
So maybe stars go weird, I wonder.
Okay. So I think I want Bertrude. Let's take a look over here first, though. Bertrude.
Huge presence, 40?
Uh-huh.
Can't see his glory properly through his one.
Glory is 20.
20. But he does an extra 10 from the masteries.
For if he salutes.
Which I'm sure the Yep. Whoa!
Gareth.
You know what's in light? Look what the guy has.
Mm-hmm.
Spins and jumps without using stamina. What the heck? That's powerful.
Eeks.
Lots of folks need. Jeez.
Play nice, boys. Hey.
No, those are awful bold moves you're using on a character sitting next to a brick. I'm not saying Vince knows how to use a brick, but I am saying Vince is next to a brick.
This is the team I want. I don't know who this Oralek bozo thinks he is, and come to think of it, I don't care either. Such a triumvirate you have assembled, Fulfred. Then let us see what they can do. Come and face me, false Nightwings. Tizo? Tizo fumbles with his mask. Tizo recognizes Oralek and greets him tentatively. It is good to see you. Oralek reaches for his mask in turn. How is the horn? Mended? Yeah. They have the same dressings on their horns. Tizo indicates his horn has not bothered him for a long time now, and thanks Oralek for it. Good. A full recovery, then. But it is unfortunate to see you standing there with him, Tizo. Come with us. No questions asked. The proposition seems to catch Tizo off guard. Tizo indicates that he will not abandon his friends or their quest. He seems to be pleading with Oralek to stand down, to listen, to not give in to anger. But Oralek shakes his head. He puts his mask back on. This is something I must do, little one. Tizo dons his mask in turn. He chirps nothing more. Oops. Yeah. Gotcha. No. No. Ah.
Any points for having hurt you there?
Gotcha. Oops. No! No, no!
Four farts. Four farts.
Ah, dang it. Damn it. Ah. Gotcha. More.
Flutter.
No!
What?
You have grown weak, dragging through the mud the good name of the Nightwings all the while. Oh! It was right there. Ah, damn it. Yeah. No.
Oh god, yeah, dude.
No.
Oh, I almost got him. Oh.
No! Oh, that is not cool.
What? How did they get to where...
They passed it.
Oh, that's how that works?
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's not going to work. Nope. No. Damn it. Ugh. Why? Damn it.
They were a bit tough.
As expected. You call yourselves the Nightwings, but you are they only in name. And as for the rights, it is a mockery of what it once stood for. All of this, a stain upon the legacy of the scribes. Volfred looks on as Oralek departs without another word. Oralek, forgive me. The strange designs of the 8 scribes. Their everlasting sorceries are strong within this land, and we shall yet make further use of them, we think. Yeah, faster Aura Blast. Oralek, he has changed. Scarce resembles now the one with whom we traveled then. I'm afraid so. I can only begin to imagine what he has been through all these years. Reader, as you can see, Oralek and I, we have some years in common. A story for another day. I need some time to look at how all this affects our plan. 42% now. Reader, sir, Oralek is a principled person. His freedom was denied him just when it was in his grasp. A doleful tale. Volfred shall tell you more of him in due time, of that I have no doubt. For now, it seems the stars beseech you once again outside. There, deep in the infinite dark, once more you see a single star shining brighter than the rest. Already. And it's the dissidents.
Ah, there's...
Once more then, unto the fall of Soliam. Excellent. Our plan proceeds at pace. We need but continue to make good on all such opportunities the stars present, so much as possible. Then our ranks within the Commonwealth may yet grow strong enough that we shall sway the people toward our cause. It shall be difficult, but the people have their hearts and consciences, and the Commonwealth has long since lost its way. The never-ending wars with the High-Wing remnants, the passing of more sentences of exile than ever before for increasingly more dubious causes. The burning of books, the outlawing of literacy, these are corruptions of the teachings of the scribes. Together we shall prove it soon enough. Volfred, sir, what of Oralek? Volfred says nothing in response at first, but then... Oralek appears to have his own agenda now. We shall have to try and keep an eye on him, although our plan remains the same. Anyway, we have a mountain which we need to climb. Let's all rest up a bit if possible, this night. We fly at break of dawn. Tizo seems despondent following the confrontation with Oralek. Tizo is filled with mixed emotions at having seen Oralek again. Like Volfred, he thought for sure that Oralek had perished long ago. Tizo is angry that Oralek acted so unfriendly with everyone. Then the little imp looks at you with sadness in his eyes, but says no more. He skitters up into the rafters. Okay. I want to give Jadariel another chance. So let's give her the favor. You land amid the quiet solitude of Mount Elodiel, at whose summit awaits the liberation rite. Thus begins our third ascent to the fall of Soliam. My agents in the Commonwealth report our plan is proceeding. Let us strive again to liberate one of our own and raise its chances.
But first, the crystal seeks Bertrude. This is interesting. Sandra's laughing at something.
You have returned. How can I help you, if at all? Then who exactly do you have in mind? Only one left. You ask Sandra to administer one of her special trials for Bertrude. The old bog crone, then. She does have some potential, I should think, more so than most of those with whom you share that little residence. Then let us bring her forth. Soon Bertrude appears in heed of the summons. We sense that thou hast need of us. The apparition Sandra appears and unfastens her mask. Listen well, crone. You answer to me here. How very eloquent. May your vast experience exceed your knack for pleasant conversation. I trust that you shall have little trouble here without the benefit of your more communicative friends. Now come. No. Oh, I didn't jump quite quick enough. Ah! Damn it. No! Ha! Didn't come back quick enough, though. Damn it. Nope. No. Caught up. There. You speak for yourself. I ought to fail you just for gloating, crone. But these are not my rules, and your performance was sufficient. Thus you have passed my test. Congratulations are in order, to you and to your lovely reader. Now farewell. Good riddance to that mouthy wraith. Show us then what trinketh she bestoweth upon us. Melith's tale. Ooh.
Just if the arch cut into her skin, she was. Damage should have missed. Shooting through objects? Don't mind if I do. That would have made the trials easier.
Mm-hmm. With some time to spare after having landed, you join Jodariel on a brief expedition to the monument of Soliam Mur, 8th of the 8 scribes of the Book of Rides, known as the First Exile, or the last of his name, a once proud emperor who neglected his nation and found penitence in the downside. I wonder if you scribes are listening at all, much less to one such as I, who never held much faith in any of you. Perhaps I ought to have been more open-minded. I am not here to ask of you your favor then, but to apologize, for I was certain your time long since passed, and I was wrong. Soon you and she are finished paying your respects. You return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Soliam Mur has shown you favor. You shall soon begin your ascent, though there is time as yet to pursue your vocations. Jodariel gained +2 hope. Okay, still don't have the ability to glory, apparently.
Ouch.
Okay, let's get everybody respawning faster. I keep on going to the cistern, but it keeps on being the useful one.
And Hera would have been useful the first time.
Yeah. While traversing the splendors on the way to the summit, you pass a monument to Molten Melith, and Bertrude happens to take notice. We do not fear thee. We do not worship thee. We seek to understand thee. We accept thy power and thy gift, for through our actions we extend thy influence. Soon you and she are finished paying your respects. As you prepare to continue your ascent, you sense that Molten Melith has shown you favor. +3 glory.
Oh, good. 28 damage instead of 25.
You and your companions arrive again at the Scribe's Gate before an archway carved of stone. Shall we, reader? The minstrel leads you toward his counterpart, who seems unsurprised to see you all approach. The exiles of the Nightwings, and you again, Tariq. Greetings, Celeste. Aye, we have returned. Stars shine darkly these past nights. Nothing more than a portent of your arrival, is it? Likely nothing more. Now they are ready for you. Then come forth. Each of you in turn, please state your name and what it is that you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate. Wait. You. She points to Bertrude. You are new amongst this group. You shall go first. Please do as she asks, Bertrude, madam. We are known throughout the downside as Big Bertrude. We follow Sandalwood, for we are fond of him. He led us into exile, and he shall lead us out. The Gate Guardian acknowledges her and motions for the rest of you to proceed. Everyone does so, as before, including you. Once you all have declared yourselves, she regards you all for another moment and beckons toward the mountain's top. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. Thank you, Celeste. Until the summit, Tariq.
Just noticed there's a great big old book carved there.
Hey, welcome back, you guys. You know, I guess this is a pretty decent spot for business all of a sudden. Because it used to be, it was real bad up here, you know. I'd be here and just wait and wait and wait. And sometimes it gets real cold, like I was telling you before and stuff like that. So anyway, you buying anything or what? What is this? Bottled Void. After getting banished, the bearer returns in a burst that draws in nearby adversaries. Interesting. But I don't guess this time. Well, I guess maybe I should pack it up for the day. There was something I was going to check in the Black Wagon. Oh yeah, the planner. Something about... No, wait, I guess it's not in the planner. Maybe it's in here?
What's in here?
How he said he calculated each member's effect on the success of the plan, should they...
Oh.
But I don't see those numbers anywhere.
Yeah, based on perceived leadership and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It might come up again once you start going in, I think?
Maybe. Again, you have reached the Fall of Soliam, where one among you can go free, provided you prevail against the dissidents in the Liberation Rite. Reader, we would ask a moment of your time. We have to talk. As darkness falls, the minstrel and Volfred pull you aside. We have some news that is, depending upon how you look at it, potentially unfortunate. The lone minstrel directs your attention towards the dark night sky. The stars are fading. It is true. With the advent of the Titan stars, visibly fewer stars seem to be shining than once you saw in the sky above. Yes, the stars themselves are vanishing. Why, I do not yet understand, but what it indicates is this. The rites are drawing to an inexorable end. The light of the stars. Without it, the rites would be unable to commence. Anyway, that is the bad news. The good news is there are a lot of stars to go. How many liberation rites remain, I do not know as yet. The arithmetic is complicated. An estimation of the number of the stars, the rate at which they fade, the accelerating rate at which we're being summoned here. Anyway, I'll work it out as soon as possible. For now, I felt that you should be aware. We can inform the others in due time. At the moment, though, they have this right to think about. And so do you. Look forth. As the stars above begin to shine, Volfred's words begin to sink in. It seems you have a limited number of chances remaining to liberate your companions, including this one now. Huh. Yeah, let's do without the Titan stars this time.
Yeah, they're kind of sneaky. As we found out.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations, reader. It would appear the rites are drawing to a close. Doubtless the doing of that Orlek in all his bitter spite. For now, your exiles have another chance at freedom here upon the fall of Solium. So too do the dissidents, your adversaries. They fought so very bravely for this moment. Whichever side prevails soon shall send one of its own into the warm embrace of civilization.
The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. The pyres burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. Then, anointed one of the dissidents, come forth now and declare yourself, and pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. Barker bursts from some hidden corner, laughing as he paws at his mask. A real pleasure to be here, mates, truly. Barker Ashpaws. Call me Barker, though, all right? By the by, it was a real pisser getting here, you know. Begging your pardon, Barker Ashpaws, you thusly speak upon the summit of the sacred mountain. Oh my, so terribly sorry to offend you there, lassie. I forgot we got the stars up above there to make me watch me language. Though let's get one thing straight, lassie. I don't give a bother for your sacred mountain, so you take it and you shove it.
The whole mountain?
Me and my pack, we're here just for the laughs, you got that? The other side ain't any better than this one. We ain't interested in your freedom. But just the same, we're gonna get it. Take it from those wee little babes there so antsy for it. You hear that, you Nightwings? You better put up a good fight here or I ain't gonna be happy, understand? Then he shoves his mask back on. Right. Come on then, let's hurry up and get this damn thing started. As for you, Nightwings, you bring darkness with you. What have you wrought upon the stars? Celeste, please. We do not know what is amiss here. The Nightwings have come only to see that the liberation is carried out. Indeed. Then make your choice, Nightwings. Who among you is to be anointed here?
Who shall return to glory?
Yeah, Jodariel again.
Jodariel.
Again have I been chosen.
Who who shall strive for her.
So we know something new about Parker doing. His bio updated for some reason. There's a crime of indecency.
Yeah, that's basically the same stuff that...
Oh wow, he's at like full enlightenment.
Uh-huh. Oh, they have a chance to avoid banishment anyway.
85%. Wow.
I should have taken that. Oh well. Faye could make things dangerous for them here.
Durham Mysteries do again? Forecasts and salute to teleport towards the orb.
Mm-hmm. And, of course, the bouncy cast.
Bouncy castle.
Bouncy castle. The cast of L.
That's dumb and should feel dumb.
So let's try her.
Faye!
Oh, then maybe this time? And Bertrude has a bonus. So bring her as well. Especially being able to go through obstacles. That'll be very useful here.
Are there obstacles in Liberation X?
Yes.
Okay. I forgot.
Bertrude.
Oh, yes, those.
We shall ensure her passage from this place.
Very well.
All right then, mates. No more waiting, no more holding back. Let's rip them to shreds. Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Commence.
Oh, come on.
What?
About time we got this blasted business underway, eh, Greentail? Rookie looks on in silence, but says nothing in response. We got to beat him. We got to beat him. We got to beat him. Don't care what it takes. Don't care what it takes. Don't care what it takes. It seems the pressure of the liberation rite is getting to him. Don't think I done forgot our little arrangement there, Greentail. Now how about I make you another deal? I get out of here tonight, then you're scot-free. That's right, 'cause I ain't gonna care even a lick about you once I'm gone. Now you just think on that while my pack and me go wipe the floor with you. How did you dodge? No. What? Where'd they go? Why couldn't I move? Ah.
God, jeez.
No. No. Why? What in the... Alright, mate, something's gone right funny with that orb, as I can tell. Better laugh it up while we still can, eh? Indeed, something strange seems to have happened with the celestial orb. It shudders now as though possessed of the same chaotic power as your adversaries.
That foolish Barker was a menace to the Commonwealth, and is a blight upon the
Why?
Empire weakens.
Friggin'! Are you serious?
Dangerously close. Resplendent.
Finally, I got a hit in.
Be gone.
No!
And there it is at last. The dissidents proved their worth. As for the Nightwings, they most
This game
certainly
gets a little difficult, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen. The exile appointed by the dissidents shall be free, absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Perhaps it ought to have been another in my stead. We still would have lost. Well, this is rich, ain't it? This ancient, glorious, stodgy test of faith and worth and whatever other rot they're always going off about, it's picked yours truly for the highest honor. So then I get to get out of here and go back into polite society while all you lot, you get to stick around here and keep on ruining each other's dreams. Gotta tell you something, mate. Good chance I got the short end of the stick here. He turns to his fellow packmates of the dissidents. Mates, the honor has been mine and genuine. Run fast, bite hard. We'll meet again when we're all dead. Oh, gotta go. You hear him cackling as he dives into the water, and then he's gone.
Godspeed, Barker Ashpaws. The 8 scribes are ever merciful. By their grace, the cycle of the rites may yet continue for a while.
I feel so overwhelmed, I think, because the scribes, they I think they speak to me and lift me up whenever I begin to think I'm going to fall.
The 8 scribes gave their freedom so that we may yet have ours.
Back at the Black Wagon, after the outcome of the liberation rite against the dissidents, the scribes denied us. We shall retire for the remainder of this cursed night. Although you did not succeed in liberating Jodariel, there is some consolation. The rites shall continue, and before long you shall have another chance. Then Volfred asks the group to gather. You sense you know what news he is about to share. Everyone, I must apologize to bring such news at this late hour, but I felt that you all would wish to know as soon as possible. The context of our plan has changed. He looks about at everyone before revealing to them what the stars have revealed to you both. The stars above are disappearing. They seem to just be fading away, one by one, for reasons that the scribes alone may know for certain, though we all may harbor our suspicions. See for yourself if you have any doubt that this is so. A hush falls over your companions, all exhausted from the rite, and now stunned into silence. If this phenomenon continues unabated, and we have every reason to believe it shall, then the rites shall cease when the stars no longer shine. Permanently cease, that is. Your companions exchange glances. You sense negative emotions rising. Confusion. Fear. Before, I gave you the impression that should the Nightwings not prevail in a liberation rite, there would be other chances. This remains so. However, our chances are now numbered. The exact number I have yet to ascertain, but to be quite frank, there are more of us than we have chances left. You sense your fellow exiles are beginning to realize what this means. I know this must be difficult to hear, but it is not to be a cause for panic. Our plan remains essentially unchanged. We shall take which opportunities arise, and return as many as we can. I urge you all to take whatever time you need to think this through. At dawn, we shall head south again to Moonlight Alcove. We can discuss this further then. Now please get some rest. Our path grows harder, though not insurmountable, not while we stand together. We can still prevail. The group disperses. Some whisper in hushed tones, others turn to their quarters speechless. There will be time later to better understand this omen. You approach Jodariel, who seems to be busy explaining something to Sir Gilman. And so, fainting left against them proves to be reliable. They all lead with their right wings when they choose to strike. They are quick, but can leave themselves quite vulnerable. Such sage counsel, madam! This knight feels most emboldened should he ever again be forced to confront the High-Wing remnants in single combat. Pray you never shall. Being here, I suppose it is unlikely. She notices you then. Reader, the good knight and I were just comparing survival strategies we picked up on the blood border. Reminiscing on old times, it could be called. Indeed, the good Jodariel has volunteered to become this knight's master-at-arms should we ever achieve our liberty together. And this knight humbly accepted. No. What? I said no such thing. I owe you nothing, Worm. Ah, but the finest lessons are the harshest made, madam. This knight is overjoyed that you would thusly train him as your protege. Reader, spare me, please. You somehow managed to steer the subject back to military tactics. This knight is most impressed with your familiarity with the finer points of being sliced to ribbons by the High-Wing remnants, Master Reader. Sir Gilman and Jodariel continue the conversation for some time. You sense they are in relatively good spirits, all things considered. Each one of us within the Bookworm, check 50 different pages. Okay. Each one of us within the 8, besides the imp Haub, we would have perished in the downside had we not found each other and together formed our union. Here in the downside, all are bound. But that which binds us here does have some latitude. We chose the bond of kinship. Our exile took precedence over our differences. The Empire, which had subjugated all our kind into a tense alliance, shall give way to a society in which our differences are paramount. There may you embrace your ancient cultures, whilst jointly forming a great culture all its own. Next to mercy, it is kinship that shall form the bedrock of our commonwealth. Good morning, everyone. We are at the mercy of the stars, and none can say how soon they'll shine for us again. Let us recover for a while at Moonlight Alcove and decide how to proceed. Best make yourselves as comfortable as possible here for the time, Nightwings. The rites ought to commence again before we know it. Until then, be well. Thus, you and your companions remain on the mountaintop, waiting for the stars to shine again. The cycle of the rites is ending. The news that Volfred and the Lone Minstrel revealed to you now threatens to disrupt the group's resolve. Who most deserves their freedom? Can there be any hope for your revolutionary plan to change the Commonwealth if too few exiles manage to return? These questions hang like a fog over you and your companions as you linger there on Mount Elodiel. For now, the exiles of the Nightwings vow to stick together, for as many opportunities as they shall have. Many moons pass. One cold evening, Volfred finds you off on your own. Well, my boy, it's time once more. Come see. Volfred indicates the sky, and through the snow, you see that he is right. Soon, all of your companions are gathered. Volfred regards the group in his steady manner. As you all know, I have refrained from participating in the rites myself. This was a long-held choice of mine for a variety of reasons. Chief among those reasons is so that I might direct our plan free from unwanted attention, both from our adversaries here and those who would oppose us in the Commonwealth. Another reason is my past experience conducting the rites. It did not end on good terms. Before my time, the Nightwings comprised 3 exiles: Brighton, Erissa, and Oralek. Little Tizo was with them as well, still learning in their ways. After Brighton regained his freedom in the liberation rites, the Nightwings took me in, A story for another time, but for one thing, I had capacity to read the ancient book. Anyway, when next we earned our way into the Liberation Rite, Oralek was anointed for return. He had long been in exile, and his horns were beginning to show. We prevailed. Little Tizo snuffed the accuser's pyre, thus Oralek earned his freedom. However, just as the Shimmer Pool was to engulf him, Erisa, she shoved him from the precipice and took her freedom in his stead. She perished, of course. Only the anointed can transcend the Shimmer Pool, but she thought the warnings were a myth, and paid the price. She was always restless. I presume Oralek perished too. To survive a fall from Mount Elodiel, I was left alone. Subsequently, I made no attempts to reassemble the Nightwings, knowing that such treachery, such harm was even possible as part of this ordeal. I, frankly, still do not hold Erisa entirely at fault for what transpired. I hold instead the Commonwealth responsible for it put us in this desperate situation. And I resist the urge to think the rights may partly be to blame as well for pitting brother against brother, sister against sister. Volfred breathes a deep sigh. Now I see that Oralek yet lives, at a time when our plan is already in motion. And even the stars are fading, perhaps a signal that the scribes themselves know that the Nightwings are divided and that they do not approve. But I choose to take it as a sign that we must act. The scribes have put us in a set of circumstances where each one of us may rise to the occasion. The Nightwings and our plan need all the help that they can get, and so I have made a decision, which I wish to announce here to you all. In the name of the Nightwings, and reader, by your leave, I would conduct the rites again. Long have my skills languished in the matter, I admit, although I trust I shall regain them soon enough. While I once vowed never to conduct the rites again, our present situation calls for all our resources to be brought to bear. So, if I may be of use during the rites to come, I shall avail myself. That's all. Now then, our reader shall determine where we are headed come first light. Volfred bows his head to everyone, while the others exchange looks, then one by one salute him in turn. Welcome him back to the ranks. Gather the band. Find an exile for each of the masks. Once more do several stars shine bright in the night sky, revealing several paths for you to pursue toward salvation. Okay, you didn't get to see the field here.
Oh, these dorks.
Yep.
Each manly Tinderstaff. Oh, what a doofy name he has. So his surname implies that he's flammable, does it?
Oh, the chastity and old manly. He is without shame, the product of corruption that now festers in the Commonwealth. You and Volfred then go over what he knows of your next adversary. H. Manly Tinderstaff, the offspring of a semi-famous sap industrialist, he was born into wealth and lived in the lap of luxury, never having to fend for himself. When he came of age, he soon was offered cushy ambassador positions that required little more than a silver tongue to convince the Commonwealth that he was keeping busy. He soon grew so proficient at doing nothing much at all that he started spending all his family's riches to assert his fame and status. One day, he attempted to pay off the wrong individual, a particularly stern Commonwealth diplomat, who promptly turned him in and had him sent downriver. Manly was very disappointed by all this, but soon saw in it an opportunity, for he knew well that in the inner circles there were those who had gone into exile and returned. Thanks to his connections, he tracked down the chastity deep in Wakingwood. He finagled his way onto the triumvirate using his well-worn skills. He in turn convinced himself that he would earn a position of great influence once he secured a way back to his home. He continues making hollow promises. Our plan is going to prevent such characters as Manly from coming to power, mark my word. For now, we ought prepare to seek the stars again with adequate night's rest. You bid Volfred a good night and take your leave. It is too late now to prepare for flight, so you arrange to depart first thing in the morning.
I do so hate to thusly contact you, O reader. Yet an awful rumor reached me recently that you have within your retinue a traitor to the Nightwings and the Commonwealth alike. But you would never harbor such a traitor, now would you? I trust your time within the downside would have taught you that.
You rise after a fitful night of slumber. Somehow, the voice, which thus far has reached you only in the rites, has found its way into your sleep as well. You shake free of it. The time at Moonlight Alcove has made everyone restless. The group is eager to set forth at your command. Sky Explorer. 10 different observation points. Oh, hello. As the wagon soars across the skies above Wakingwood, you notice Volfred appears lost in thought. You cannot sense straight away what he is thinking. Do not mind me, reader. It is simply that being here in this vicinity, it brings back a lot of memories, and gives me much to ponder.
Woods fences.
I hid within those woods for many, many years, making preparations for our plan. I cast aside my raiments and became untraceable. There I waited for the plan to germinate. So, it means a lot now to be here above that place at last. Quite the view, wouldn't you say, my boy? Again we return to the Isle of Kaelmer, hidden in this storm. I've met very few who know of it at all, much less have walked upon its stones and sands. The disconcerting tales of the demise of Kaelmer Ropecaller, who met his end there on that isle, the imps that swarm and breed across the place today seem not to mind. Having paid witness to the rites firsthand, they have become rather obsessed with it. I sometimes wonder if it is more difficult to conduct the rites with such a boisterous audience. May the chastity find their way shortly, so that the imps may have the contest they desire. Stardust. There. Volfred appears to have finished sealing some sort of document. He smiles as he approaches you. Hello, my boy. Was just on my way out to make a drop. Report a bit of progress our supporters on the other side should like to know. It is not clear to you as yet exactly how Volfred is able to communicate with agents in the Commonwealth. We have our ways of making certain that such messages manage to make their way to whom they need to reach, most of the time at least. It's not exactly the most dignified of methods, but the messenger imp is as hardworking as the rest of us, or dare I say more so. He is one of Volfred's couriers, tasked with delivering news to and from the Commonwealth. Most imps lack the capacity to do that job, They, of course, cannot traverse the outer boundaries of the downside, but they can squeeze much closer than any of us. Volford offers to tell you more of this process. It seems that he has been using certain imps to relay messages to his agents in the Commonwealth for some time now. From that point, we depend on certain other means. A trafficker like Ruki would likely be familiar with them. Then, my agents intercept the messages as they arrive. The messages are coded in the off chance they reveal themselves before unwanted eyes, but even still, my agents put themselves in great peril there, supporting our cause and our plan. I could not ask for a more dedicated bunch. A shame we cannot meet them, separated as we are. If we succeed in our endeavors, it shall be thanks in no small part to them. They have identified hundreds of citizens grown loyal to our cause, found hidden corners where they can speak freely. Their goal is to grow in numbers while remaining safe. For we cannot resist the Commonwealth if too few citizens stand with us, whether due to apathy or fear or lack of willingness to see our nation as we do. Some of these agents I have known for many, many years, since long before my exile. Many were former students from my days of teaching Commonwealth doctrine. It was clear then who among us did not take the common view. These days, I report to them our progress, and they in turn report theirs back. From that assessment, I update the estimation of our plan's success. Our chances of success increase substantially each time we liberate one of our own. But those loyal to us in the Commonwealth slowly gather strength regardless, knowing of our efforts. Thus do we inspire each other, not unlike the dynamics which I see among the Nightwings here. Now, good afternoon then, reader. I've a delivery to make. He strides out the wagon, bearing the sealed message. As an exile of the downside, cover to cover, unlock every chapter in the book. Some Book of Rights. As an exile of the downside, as reader of this book, and as conductor of the rites, you are engaged now in a cycle which has lasted since the dawn of this age. Here within this part of the book is offered summary of all key figures, locales, terms, and astral phenomena you shall encounter either firsthand or in passing on your path. To know the history of the downside and the rites is to prepare yourself to walk the path toward enlightenment, and then to liberty itself. Should you be free again, remember, reveal not the rites themselves, nor the existence of this book. Yeah, this is just like a glossary. Legendary Tower Shield Oath Taker. Soul Golathanian. Haub the Swallow, known as the Accursed and the Imp Scribe, he possesses the legendary Wings of Misfortune. Jomur Minimane, known as the Alpha Chief and the Cur Scribe, he wields the legendary Jawblade Kneebender. Luce Glorian, known as 100 Minds and the Sap Scribe, he wields the legendary staff, the Genealogy of Sglorian. Molten Malith, known as the Wild Witch and the Crone Scribe, she wields the legendary lantern, Flame of the First Hag. Soliam Mur, known as the Last of His Name and the Demon Scribe, he possesses the legendary Black Nails of the Fallen Emperor. Trieste Tithys, known as the Blessed Born and the Harp Scribe. She wields the holy scepter of the Saurian Empire. Under King Ores, known as the Sea Sojourner and the Worm Scribe. He bears the legendary bladed male silverfish.
I said bladed mall.
Nope, male.
Oh, where? It's not yours. Their sigils are.
Yeah. Shattered Scale for the Accusers. Forked Star for the Beyonders. Is that what the symbol that we see everywhere? Is that what a forked star is?
No, it's one of the 3 points going down.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Which I do find ever so odd that it's on the side of Fred's head.
Fred? Volfred.
Yeah, Volfred. It's on the side of his head. Why is that there? Did Sandra embarrassingly
Leering.
Him the what for, and she like branded him.
Leering maw. Empress Tear. Awakened Eye. Cresting Moon. Burning Heart. Black Nails. Far Mountain. Curs, Crones, Demons. Empire of Sar. Our nation, which thrived for an entire age, now it is on the brink of ruin as we remain imprisoned here. Winged creatures from whom common folk perhaps descended. Huh.
Highwing, the military action of 5% generosity. Generosity. Vicious force. Slaves trained from birth to carry out their mission. Ninjas, then.
Ninjas.
Intelligent amphibians of the sea. Black glass.
Southern Sandfolds is where we started.
An unlivable waste.
The Cairn of Haub, located in Jomur Valley. There the accursed imp felled the bone titan Shax's 6 shoulders.
That's too many shoulders. Fall of Solin.
Located in Mount Lodiel, here the 8 scribes gathered and ordained the rites. Only from this point may worthy exiles regain their freedom at the base of the inverted fall. The Glade of Lu. The Root Titan Limbless Arazek. The Hulk of Ores, located in the Sea of Solace. Here the Underking felled the Sea Titan Unfathomed Plurns upon the carcass of the doomed exploring vessel Dazraban. Isle of Kaelmer, located in Deathless Tempest. Here fled the traitor Kaelmer Ropecaller and was vanquished by the Imp Titan, the Tattered Mantle. The Nest of Trieste. Located in Black Basin, here the Blessedborn vanquished the Nightmare Titan Zilvius Horseheaded. The Pit of Malith. Here the Wild Witch sealed the physical form of the Astralborn. The Ridge of Goal. The Master General vanquished the Serpent Titan Lord Gandroth. The Spring of Jomir. The Alpha Chief vanquished the dreaded Hive Titan Biolanthus.
Using a big rock.
Uh-huh. Dullness the Locket, the Ash Titan routed by the 8 scribes in Black Basin. That one wasn't mentioned before. Indriga the Widow, the Blood Titan, vanquished by the scribe under King Ores and the Sea Dominion. Sungrees, the World Titan, slain by the 8 scribes atop Mount Elodiel.
No, looks like Kilmer and the Tattered Mantle slew each other. Double KO.
Time Singer Harn, the Sky Titan, routed by the 8 scribes and flagging hands.
Yeah, Astralborn.
Yep.
Yep.
They won't write its name more than once. Olden Stars. Aquith, the star of the Songfisher. Those born under it are well-cultured and influential. Arche, the song of the Sandrunner. Those born under it are adventurous and outgoing. Capriast, the star of the Moonstag Hunter. Those born under it are ambitious, though also discontented. Cassius, the star of the seventh Jester. Those born under it are complicated. Lenoriel, the star of the Silver Spear. Those born under it are devoted and faithful. Librecht, the star of the Black Saddle. Those born under it are skilled negotiators. Geminian, the star of the First Empress. Those born under it seek knowledge and new experiences. Pycer, the star of the Wooded Watcher. Those born under it are mysterious and alluring. Sagathol, the star of the Whistling Prince. Those born under it possess a natural exuberance. Scorpus, the star of the Old Cutter. Those born under it are wiser than most. Torvand, the star of the Great Oarsman. Those born under it are cool, calm, and collected. Verdun, the star of the Broken Bowyer. Those born under it are steadfast or narrow-minded. And that's all.
You read the whole book.
The whole thing.
Can't believe we read the whole thing. It's bringing out this episode.
Your time in the tumultuous waters of Sharp Shoal, an icy flow near the Isle of Kaelmer, sturdy enough for landing. Even once proud worm knights of the Sea Dominion tend to avoid the cold here. Passes mostly without incident when Volford approaches you, pointing out to sea. Observe the surface of the waters there, my boy. That is stardust come from above. A substance of celestial origin used to enhance a talisman's effects. The two of you begin sifting the waters. It is a slow process, but eventually you wind up with a significant amount of the precious material. Pile of stardust! 10!
That's only worth 11. How do you tell it? Goodness.
Stash it away. The wagon comes to a sudden stop after a near miss with someone or something that got right in its path. At first, you see no sign of whomever or whatever it was, but then a voice rings out from off to the side of your path. The friendly yet somehow aggravating tone leaves little room for question as to who it is.
Hey guys, so maybe watch where you're going a little bit more next time, I guess? You must have scared Dad half to death. I mean, just look at him. But it's good running into you like this because I got for you a really special deal. We got some pretty out there stuff on hand, and it's been slowing us a bit, to be completely honest here. Something about him, I don't know, but Dad just hasn't been himself. But once we open shop, why, these little numbers are gonna go flying off the shelves. And you can have first dibs. All you gotta do is give us a lift, because you're headed to the Isle of Kilmer, right? Just drop us off when you get there, okay?
The Black Wagon does not provide for you the most spacious accommodations, but it may have room enough for Falcon Ron. Barely, at least for the short remainder of your trip. On the other hand, you sense a troubling energy from whatever strange artifacts he's transporting right now, and wonder whether you should get involved. Yeah, come along, Ron. Though your fellow exiles exchange cautious looks, you invite Falcon Ron to climb aboard.
Oh, great, thanks, guys. I'll just, squeeze right in,
He does not.
Dad, come on, put your back into it already.
Eventually, Falcon Ron manages to get on board as you prepare to set forth again. Falcon Ron joins you. Welcome him aboard for now. After what felt like an interminable trip, during which Falcon Ron did not even once cease to speak of matters relevant only to him, you reach your destination.
Anyways, thanks, guys. And remember what I said, these thingers I got here, you got dibs on them if you come visit me and Dad, that is. Now we'll be going, so be seeing you, okay?
Whether from Falcon Ron's ceaseless drivel or the ill effects of his cargo, everyone is left feeling out of sorts. Ooh!
Nice five glory. Ouch! Rude.
Try not to think about it.
Alright, what in the heck were you carrying?
Hey guys, thanks again for helping me and Dad back there. We really owe you one. And so, as promised, I got something really, really good for you in stock right here.
He pauses for dramatic effect, then he reveals several artifacts. Black Hoof, Black Heart, Black Claw.
Thrice cursed demon who roamed the downside in a state of madness.
After getting banished, the bearer either returns with infinite stamina or as a fast-moving howler. The bearer's aura remains while grasping the orb, but cannot be cast. Ooh, that's interesting. I don't think I can afford any of these, though. They emanate with energy that cannot possibly be completely healthy.
Nice, huh? You got first dibs on these bad boys, and I can tell you what, they're gonna go fast.
23, 11, 16.
That's actually cheap.
Yeah. I don't think I want the Black Hoof. The one that I actually want is the most expensive one, of course.
I love how we spent so much on those stupid rings and haven't used them once.
Well, everybody has legendary artifacts now.
I mean, the legendaries are all nice, yes. But...
Please.
But it's probably more important to have the team synergize in some manner. Especially in a manner that either resists the strength of the opponent or capitalizes on weaknesses of theirs.
You see, I'm not that good at sussing that kind of thing out. Come back when you're gonna buy something.
Good thing, Darkus.
Everything is prepared, and night is just beginning to take hold above the boundless waters of Isle of Kaelmer when Volfred gets your attention. Reader, I suppose you might remember our first meeting with that manly Tinderstaff. He would be mortified, of course, if you forgot. I would say that he is an embarrassment to my kind, but unfortunately I've known many others like him. We are a discontented people, I suppose. Anyway, when last we saw him, you might recall that I avoided him. We are not good acquaintances, or anything, but he knows enough people in high places that he could be harmful to our plan should he know of my involvement. And so... Volfred dons his ritual mask. I shall have to be discreet here. As I am with the Nightwings once again, I can no longer hide from him outright. Perhaps, though, he shall take me for a common sap. Anyhow, it seems to me we have a right to conduct. The Elanthius.
Absolutely.
I might keep Arazek up just so I can gain XP faster. Getting stronger is important. Because if I don't get stronger, then I'm definitely going to keep losing.
You could also use some of your Stardust to upgrade any talismans you actually use.
Yeah.
Reader, or should I say deceiver? For I detect another exile in your ranks. The exile Volfred Sandalwood himself, that cursed sap. I ought to have known he was behind all this. He has no love for our sacred tradition. Yet you would heed his poisoned words over mine own? I thought that we were friends. Then fine. Let us return to a more formal distance.
My, what have we here? Why, the Nightwings come to grace us with their presence once again. Are you perhaps intent upon humiliating us even more after last time? You sense Volfred reaching out to you. Reader, let us indulge him for the time. Perhaps he shall reveal something we can use to provide a disincentive for his meddling. Just let him keep on talking. I shall attempt to remain hidden. And my, the colors of those raiments, I mean, they are rather gaudy in this light, I have to say. Though I mean no offense at this, of course. So, do you suppose the rite is going to come in soon? As much as I enjoy our chats like this, I do have to get going soon. If you must know why, I'm expecting an important message from the other side, no less. Come dawn, I hear something is brewing out there, some sort of unrest, So yes, it's a very important message, sent all this way by one of those imp couriers, and I must say those little things, their services certainly are not cheap. Though I'm sure that I could get you a good deal on their services if you wish, perhaps to contact a loved one back home, All I ask, of course, is that you stand aside and let the chastity prevail, as well we ought. For I've a date with Destiny not long from now, upon the fall of Soliam. He continues talking for some time, until at last the rite is set to start. Reader, my boy, let us confer a moment here.
It does look like a soccer field.
I am returned now to the rites, a tradition that I had once disavowed. And, now that I've donned the raiments, the voice knows I am here. It is no matter, really, for our plan is well in motion. All that remains for us is to prevail. I shall aid you and the others in this task as best I can. Let us see now whether these old limbs of mine are still of any use.
Ah, tree bumps.
And there he is at last, alive and well. I know that you can hear me, Sandalwood. You're causing quite a stir out in the Commonwealth. You plant your little seeds of discontent. Know that your designs at sowing chaos shall not be tolerated here. Now, good evening to you.
That is not where I said at all.
Fascinating.
Now then, Nightwings. I look forward to conducting with you all, if and when, of course, the reader calls for us to stand as a triumvirate together. Oh ho, my! Look at this wonderful assembly of exiles come from all different corners, Such a colorful retinue you Nightwings have. You know, I heard the most preposterous rumor about you, that you were harboring an especially notorious criminal, one who has designs upon the Commonwealth itself. He looks right at Volfred. But I could not imagine such outlandish tales could possibly be true, Anyhow, so I would like to meet everyone here. Hello, good Nightwings. I am H. Manley Tenderstaff, and truly it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Manley has intruded on your privacy as you set to choosing your triumvirate. He could not be less welcome. He seems to be searching for someone in your ranks. Yeah, ask him to move politely. You suggest to Manley that perhaps he ought to check on his own triumvirate in the key moments prior to the rite. Why, yes, of course. I was just taking the opportunity to bid all of you salutations, for I so enjoy getting to meet my fellow exiles face to face like this. Yes, there may be rules against this type of thing, but who's counting, am I right? I'm sure the scribes wouldn't mind if they were here. Anyway, now that you mention it, I ought to go check on my wonderful colleagues. See you shortly, and good luck. Manly leaves at last, leaving you to focus on the ride again.
Go on, then.
Okay, well then let's have a look at you then. Unstable sapling. After casting Sprout, Manly may remotely detonate his sapling in an aura burst.
Bribery, of course. Mostly if you choose to use Fulford, his abilities seem like they would definitely work well if the resonance gears on top.
Mm-hmm. I feel like someone fast like Gilman is going to be helpful here. To get around.
Keep in mind, they have I think 2 of their guys have a thing that gives them 8 flame back every time they manage to get a hit in.
Yeah.
And your guys all have -5 glory right now.
Yeah.
Making Dylan's damage is 10.
Mm-hmm. Well, everyone's glory is pretty bad right now.
Wow, that's a lot of inspiration.
Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe Rookie will be better than Gilman then, if I want someone fast.
So you can do 15?
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, if guiding light, he has to stay banished.
Mm-hmm.
Decide.
Yes, yes. good. Although just the all-around buff of one of these might be good too.
Yeah, you definitely benefit from your presence.
Mm-hmm.
It's only 2.
Volfred. Choose.
Fine. Let's try Pamitha.
It is done.
Let us maintain discretion more than usual. Manly is only friendly when he wants something. Are you quite ready yet, O Nightwings? I doubt you are. Because my colleagues of the Chastity and I, we have a trick or two we think shall take you by surprise. Just watch.
Begin. Already does your adversary's flame begin to flicker. The orb engulfed.
That are you 40 song?
Volfred Sandalwood? Why, is it really you, my dear friend? You must be mistaking me for someone else, Manly. However do you mean? I'd recognize that upright posture of yours from anywhere. I knew it had to be you. Oh, what a glorious surprise indeed. Oh, it's me, all right. But you're no friend of mine, Manly. No more than I am yours. So cut your nonsense for a change and face me like a proper sap. Oh, to have such spark left in those old limbs of yours. Well, if you want me to be rude, then fine, let's have it your way, sir.
That manly Tinderstaff has such a mind for politics. Would that he focused on the rights. Their flame has died a little. Then, their pyre weakens. Exactly by the book. No more than a lick of flame remains.
Dropped. Dropped.
Oh. Shame. Fear not the purified flame. Now then.
Oh, dang it.
And it is done. The Nightwings prevail. May their next adversaries fare a little better.
He doesn't like it anymore.
The ceremony is complete.
My word, how could this happen to me? You deceitful, ignorant, utterly uncouth pack of fools. Have you any idea what you've done? Volfred watches the outburst in silence. Keep spouting off like that, Manly, and you shall reveal all we need to know. You harbor such a fear within your heart there, don't you? Coming from the aristocracy, and now in exile, how they must speak of you. What would they think of you if you don't get out? Or even if you do? Volfred remains deep in thought, studying his adversary. There, I see. I see now. Then Volfred recedes into shadows. What? My head? Who? Oh, I believe there must be some mistake. I have to go. Ta-ta. Fine evening to you now. It's been a pleasure, genuinely so. Manly stumbles away in a stupor. And there he goes. I've lifted certain burdens from him for the time. A bit of mercy for his sake. For my people's sake. As well, it should ensure he has no lasting memory of our encounter here, or running into me. Now let's be off before he catches up with us again.
The apes bless us with their ways. Even a traitor heart like Hanathar can learn something.
Good a time as any to say thanks for having me along on this strange little journey of yours, reader darling. Or a burst. I'll go for the stat boost, because, yeah.
That Volfred always was a little slow to pick things up.
It's been a while since my last outings in the Rites, begging for your continued patience as I recollect the way. Okay, so we have Legacies of Old 100 Mines. And Grasp of the Philosopher. Volfred's adversaries extinguishes Pyre. It is restored by 10 instead, once per right. Volfred is banished. A sapling shall automatically spawn near his pyre until he returns. That's really good defensively. How about the rest of these? After casting Sprout, Volfred's sapling spawns faster than usual and gains a larger aura. That's
real bad pickles are slowed down.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool too. Oh!
Goodness.
Okay, so
instead of getting a little whisper of a pyre, which is that first one, that gives like about half a pyre, just about.
That makes the choice difficult. Because, like, the shield everybody ability is nice for when the enemies target the guys that you're not actively on. And the hope boost kind of makes up for the lack of that, of the Guardian Sapling. I think I'm going to go with this tree. Just because the huge recovery and the shield are difficult to pass up. Tree. Ha.
Tis the wisdom of old 100 Miles. Until the next rite.
Back at the Black Wagon, you are taking some time to recover after besting the Chastity in a decisive victory when Volfred approaches. The Nightwings are in capable hands these days, my boy. Thank you for your continued efforts, given all the challenges we face. The rites may be ending, but we still have time to achieve our plan. 46%. Especially if you continue to prevail like that. Come, let's see whom we shall square against when next the stars align. The stars yet shine for you, revealing various paths forward. Who do we have at each of these? 2-0 against them. 2-0 against them. 2-0 against them. I need to go record my life real quick. Who do you think we should oh,
Not sure.
it's pretty late.
But
we should go ahead and decide
next time, cause
yeah.
Okay.
So I'll hold off on recording my life until after we've signed off, but get to a stopping place first. It's been the longest since we've faced, but we don't want to knock them down too far on the thing.
Yeah, you can check the plan.
Yeah, let's do that. The Withdrawn have 34 favor. Might want to knock them down.
Interesting. Two of them have like a slash across.
Yeah, that's because they're out. Their leaders escaped.
Oh, okay. So they've not acquired a third yet.
Nope.
Got it.
Very well then, reader. Once more you shall face Udmilda and the Withdrawn when next the stars align. We may set course for the nest of Triesta at dawn. For now, please get some rest in the remaining dark of night. Alright. And that is a good place to stop. Would you please open the desk?
A while ago, but this stupid game is kind of engaging.
Yeah. So, thanks for watching, folks. We'll be back on Saturday at 9 Eastern with it's October now, so we'll be starting a new game for the Halloween season, which will be, what did I decide on? Control.
I thought it was going to be the game known as It's October Now.
I don't think that's a game.
There's that forked star again.
Yep.
On the back of that shadowy figure.
Indeed. And Thursday she'll have its spooky time as soon as we finish Pyre. Now, let's see who's around for us to raid. Come here, window. Let's go say hey to the Last Seahorse. They're playing UFO 50, which is really cool from what I've seen. It's a collection of retro style games. Think like Action 52, except actually good.
And what's that title say? Teenage Dracula Simon or something?
Teenage Dracula Ninja Simon or something.
Fascinating.
I don't know what that means. So anyway, thanks again for watching. Hope to see you next time. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Raid.